Okay. Okay. It was quite a debate. Got my popcorn here. We are now entering the after party. And boy, this was quite an experience. And we already have our first. Let's just get at a live stream here. Hey, Michael.
What's going on? How you doing?
Wow, that was quite a trip.
When I asked you, I asked you a while ago. I said, "So did you destroy him?" And you said yes. I said
that would be telling. I didn't confirm or deny that.
That wasn't a debate. That was you lecturing and Kennedy just rudely interrupting you a couple times. Like, it wasn't like he didn't challenge you on anything. Like, you laid out all your he made a big mistake early on by letting you go first to lay out your evidence from any sort of debate tactic. That's just ridiculous. You don't do that. If you're allowed to go first, you take it. And he's like, no, let Dr. David Falk go first. And I was like, okay, well, he just gave you the debate because now you get to lay out all your evidence first. That'll be in the audience's mind first, and then you can then that'll lead the narrative. But then on top of that, he never challenged most of that evidence. In fact, later on in the debate, he said, like, yeah, that all makes sense.
It was really, really strange because somebody asked later on, why isn't Falk defending of any of his evidence or points? Well, none of my points were contested. You don't have to defend what's not contested.
Yeah, and he basically said towards the end of the debate, because Sean sort of pressed him and said, what do you see as sort of like the challenges and with the archaeology for the late date? And he was like, I don't really see that many challenges. And I was like, okay, so this isn't really making me want to favor the early date anymore because you're literally just telling us that Dr. Falk has presented good evidence for the late date.
Well, that was really strange, when he was given the opportunity to say, okay, what part of this does help the 15th century date? Oh, and what denies the 13th century? He goes, well, nothing denies the 13th century date.
Yeah.
But there's good evidence for the 15th also. Help me understand this.
What is he there to challenge, though? There's nothing that he's... That's basically telling the audience. There's nothing I see...
Okay, my audio's clipping badly.
Oh, okay. But he's basically letting the audience know there is nothing that would prevent us from taking the late date. But there's all these problems also, as you pointed out, with the early date. So if your opponent... It's what I call the McCain tactic. Because in 2008, John McCain was asked the question, what do we have to fear from an Obama presidency? And he said, you have nothing to fear from an Obama presidency. And that's kind of what Kennedy did here. He's like, you have nothing to worry about. There's plenty of evidence for the late date. And so it's like, okay, so if anyone's on the fence, they're going to see that and go, great, I'll just go with the late date because even the early date guys say there's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Dr. Falk, you killed it.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Honestly, this is a good debate to watch. Oh, also, I have popcorn.
Oh, good. Everyone should bring their popcorn.
Made it just for the occasion.
Oh.
Sorry, I have no popcorn because I will be... hello. Sorry, I have no popcorn because I'm going to be...
You remember me, right?
Soon. Of course I remember you. I saw you in August.
Yeah, we were Facebook friends, then we met in person at the Capturing Christianity conference.
Addison, you might need to...
There we go.
A little bit. It's very low.
There we go.
Adam, turn your volume down a bit.
Yes, sir.
Rick, hang on.
Is that good or
I don't know how to
lower?
Yeah. With one thing I will point out in terms of debate style, there's things that subconsciously that would make Dr. Falk look better, and simple things like he was closer to the camera. Yeah, it should be good. But the fact that you notice Sean McDowell and yourself, Dr. Falk, you were closer to the camera. That looks better.
Mhm.
Kennedy was like really far back, like all the way out here, and it just makes him look smaller. Subconsciously, that makes the audience feel like you're more in control because you look bigger. You also had a much better mic. He was using like camera audio. So anytime you two were talking over each other, the audience is going to hear you, and it's also going to sound better. So just from like little subconscious things, like Kennedy was just not going. He had to have a really good argument to overcome those deficiencies on his half, but he didn't even have that going for him.
Well, I mean, I don't have any choice about the camera because I have a very small desk. My desk forces that camera to be closer to me. As far as my mic goes, I did invest in a real mic with a real XMR connection, audio interface. I put a lot into my audio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we won't talk about my mic.
I mean, Kennedy used his laptop.
It's bad.
I mean, anytime you lose an laptop for your audio and visual, that's not going to turn out well.
No.
Not at all.
I thought the one left out here because I'm using my phone, and you guys have all special mics. I will say this about the debate. Hello from across the Great Pond in England.
Hi.
It's
Hello
I
again.
have to say that the most interesting thing for me was the live chat and the people that Mike was trying to interact with. That was very interesting to watch while you guys were talking.
You mean the guy that screamed in all caps?
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I think he just, there's something wrong with his keyboard. He must have just had some kind of sticky keys broke or something. I don't know what it was working.
Yeah, I don't know how to fix the
it's-
mic.
It's something that I really just couldn't stop looking at during the debate because I understand the kind of people that Kennedy is attracting to his position. I can't stop thinking about it. It is the kind of ultra-conservative young Earth creationists who need to keep that date for their position, and it's very irritating. And Mike would probably remember me from a while back. I used to be Caruso Apologetics. That used to be my
Okay.
channel. I've dealt with those kinds of people and tried to deal with stuff related to this. Now I'm still learning, and learning from both you and Kennedy in different perspectives is useful. But these kinds of people, they just will not accept anything. Like you just have to accept the calendars and what they say about 6,000-year-old Earth, and that's it. It's the most infuriating thing I've ever had to watch, and it's on par with the kind of debates that Rob from Sentinel Apologetics has with people. They just, I just take the Bible literally. That's all I need. I don't need scholarship. I don't need anything like this. And then that's the end of the story.
Yeah, that's well put. Lingus. Is that how you pronounce your name?
Linguist, or you can just, it's linguist.
I told you beforehand this was going to be a bloodbath. What were your thoughts?
Oh, it was. there were moments where I'd like belly laughs, knee slappers throughout the whole thing. It was crazy. And then the fundamental mistake on Judges 11:26. I wanted to go into First Chronicles 6 a little bit. He was like, "Nah." Kennedy was like, "Nah, I'm not going there." Laughed at that one. I couldn't believe the fundamental mistake in Judges 11.
Judges 11 was a huge blunder on Kennedy's part. I mean, like even early day proponents were saying that in the comments I saw after. Like that's just a huge blunder he made.
So, yeah.
And the fact that he dug his heels in on it even after Dr. Falk corrected him made it even worse.
Yeah.
That's what made the blunder. I mean, anyone can misspeak. We all misspeak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's part of being human. It's when that error is pointed out to you and you double down on that error, that you own that error.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And he owned that error.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Thought his head was going to explode about the. I've been on more archaeological digs.
Oh god, that just came across as a little childish. Like,
Yeah.
like Dr. Falk said in actual reports, he was like, "No, you're wrong. Here it is. Here are the experts. Let me give you them." And he's like, "Well, I've been there."
Like,
Well, that doesn't respond. What do the actual leading archaeologists say? And Dr. Falk
I've been
had
on
the
more
actual
digs than
sources.
you.
It didn't look good, honestly.
Well, when he said that, he goes, I was thinking, what?
yeah.
You dig in the soil. Does that mean you can read a research report?
Exactly.
I was almost tempted to say that doesn't mean you can read a research report or the Bible. But I did refrain from that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he got Judges 4 wrong as well, because he says, there was a destruction during the time in Judges 4 with Barak and Deborah. There is no destruction of Hazor there, so there shouldn't be a destruction. There shouldn't be 2 destruction layers. So he got Judges 4 wrong. He got Exodus 4 wrong about all the men who wanted you are now dead. So he's getting Judges 11 wrong, Judges 4 wrong, Exodus 4 wrong. I mean, he's just getting the Bible wrong in multiple places.
Yeah. It was bad.
It was very cringe.
Oh, I was going to ask. In there, he mentioned that I think you said Amenhotep III was, it was not uncommon for pharaohs to remove images or desecrate, not so much desecrate, but remove images from past pharaohs. And then he
destroy temples.
Destroy temples. That was it.
Yeah.
And then I thought he made a mistake because he said, what was it? Amenhotep II did that to Hatshepsut. And I thought, well, the pharaoh after Hatshepsut was Thutmose III.
Yeah.
I don't know if he just misspoke or whatever.
Well, even if he didn't, pharaohs had the prerogative to destroy temples and images of the gods if they were doing it for the purposes of creating bigger temples. Okay? Because you can't, these sites were considered holy sites. Each temple was considered a mound of creation. So these sites themselves were sacred. So when, for example, Amenhotep III destroys Luxor, he just can't move Luxor to another place. He has to rebuild that temple on the same site. So he destroys the whole temple and then rebuilds it, turning it 90 degrees just to face Karnak. And he builds it bigger and grander. And kings did this all the time. Like, for example, when Hatshepsut, when she builds her mortuary temple at Jerusalem, she's destroying the temple of Mentuhotep right next door to steal the stone to build her bigger, better temple. It was all the time.
Okay.
Well, building on that, what Kennedy made a lot of just errors that a lot of laymen won't pick up on. Like, at one point, he said something about the Temple of Seth at Avaris. He's like, we don't know when the temple was abandoned. Yes, we do. BTEC is very clear. It was in use.
1780.
Yeah.
It was in 1780.
That's when it was. And then, it was abandoned during Akhenaten's reforms. And then it was, again, right after they went back to it. But he's trying to argue, that we don't know when all this was abandoned. And it's like, yeah, we do. When he said, Avaris doesn't date to Dynasty 11, he tried to challenge you on it. I can pull up one of BTEC's papers right here. The Egyptian community in Avaris during the Hyksos period. And he opens on the first page saying that we have evidence that goes back before the 12th dynasty. So it's that didn't take me long to find.
Here's the problem with debating someone like Kennedy, is that he will lie about certain aspects of the data. Now, as an interlocutor, you just can't say, oh, you're lying. Okay? Because our culture is adverse to accusing somebody of lying. You sort of have to play along with the lie a little and then expose ways for how it's a lie.
I have a question about
That's difficult to do. That's really, really difficult to do. And you can't do it on everything. You just have to sort of pick and choose your battles there and say, okay, here's one place I can show you're lying. Like your 19th dynasty complete Semitic tombs. They're not possible because of agricultural leveling. Therefore, you're lying.
Yeah.
You know, the funny thing is like I was looking
He's on there right now.
I was looking at the comment section, and there was this one guy saying that you were being rude, but it sounds to me like you were actually holding back.
Oh, totally.
It was very restrained.
Well, that's all his opponents. That's all his proponents can say is you were mean in the comment section. I'm like, this isn't mean. You need to watch more debates if you think Dr. Falk was mean here. This is nothing.
Big
He was. You even apologized at one point for interrupting. If you were being mean, they have really sensitive skin. This is nothing compared to debates I've been in or have seen.
I had a question. Can you hear me, by the way?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Yeah, sorry. Hello, I'm also from the UK. Well, I'm from Poland originally, but joining from the UK.
Cool.
You said about lying. I was wondering, do you believe that he was actually lying, or more like he was misled by his confirmation bias, for example? Do you think he was genuinely lying, or do you think he might have been just genuinely mistaken?
There are some things that he has to know can't be true. Okay? Like, for example, when he talks about the strata, the destruction layer of strata 3 versus strata 2 at Hatzor, every archaeologist knows that destruction layers are at the end of a strata. Because you have an occupation, people live there, they cook, they clean, they build, and then it's destroyed. You never begin an archaeological layer with a occupation layer with a destruction. He has to know that's true. Common sense.
Maybe. My favorite part of the debate, honestly, was when you just simply asked a question. He was going on about how he's trying to argue that Ramesses goes back to prior to the 19th dynasty, and he brought up the name Ramos. And all you did was say, what's Ramos mean? And it just, at that point, it really just became a schoolboy lesson. Like, you were just schooling him on everything. And you did a really good job of that part. That's my favorite part of the debate, because you just basically showed to the audience he did not know what he was talking about. You're the Egyptologist. You know what the difference between Ramos and Ramesses is. He's assuming they're the same. And the audience got to see firsthand he's getting that wrong. And so that was just a brilliant move on your part when you just asked the simple question. What does Ramos mean? Okay, now what does Ramesses mean? And he gets it wrong.
Yeah.
Showed him to be really incompetent in that area.
Absolutely. And then another good part was when he said, doesn't the Papyrus Anastasi say that Ra founded the city? And all you did was go, no.
Nope.
No.
And he just accepted it. Like, he didn't even try to push back. Like, he's like, oh, I guess I'm wrong. Oh, well, you're right. Like, it just showed like he was not trying. He was like, he knew he wasn't the expert. He's just saying, well, I guess you're right. And that just, to the audience, that just looks like you are more knowledgeable. You know this far more than him. And he's deferring to you. He's deferring to your expertise on this stuff.
Well, I'm just as a matter of housekeeping here, if you're not part of the conversation, I'm probably going to kick you out of the studio because we do have people waiting in the back here.
Okay.
So I'm going to take Samir and Squire out of the conversation because he's not actively participating.
That's fine. Don't worry.
Sorry about that.
And I'll say I will. I'm gonna stick around to maybe about 6 my time, so about 40 minutes, maybe a little less, and I'll get out so somebody else can come in as well.
It's 2 a.m. here, but 2 a.m. is my jam in Romania. So
Hey, how's it going?
That's what I thought. I was like, wow, it's seven, right? 7 hours. for me.
Yeah, Romania, I don't know what time you're on, but it's 2 a.m. here.
Did you bring your popcorn?
I already had my snack before I went to bed for an hour. I watched,
You gotta bring your
watched the
popcorn,
video.
man.
You should
I
eat
have
your
some pretzels
breakfast.
here.
It's Popcorn Club.
Victory beer
Sorry.
going on, so
I'm sorry. We're not allowed to have a popcorn room. Whatever. Just
Break the rules.
I enjoyed the video a lot while putting down the kids.
Beer is totally acceptable, by the way.
Carlsberg. Mine's Pilsner Raquel. So
Awesome.
I'm sorry. Go on.
Grade.
Yeah, I wanted to say I enjoy the show, so to speak. And man, you are incisive from the very beginning. I thought you were just gonna bite him at one point. But at one point, I saw you were getting more calm, maybe towards the first hour, and I don't know. He just seemed tired to me. He felt like he was just conceding fight after fight. Too soon, I would say, at some points. But okay, like Michael was saying earlier. Okay, if you say so, you're the expert. But I don't know. He just went through Stripling's arguments almost all the time.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
He felt like he was just reading from the 5 years of Exodus and going after argument, just doing even a worse job, if we can talk about that. And what I can say is you took more time attacking his view, I would say, than focusing on yours. That was my perspective.
Well, yes, I did spend more time attacking his view than defending mine because he didn't contest my view.
No.
There was no resistance to my view.
He didn't present his own view too well, I would say. I mean, Amorites and Ammonites, that
was bad.
that's 5th grade. Believe me. I knew my Bible better than he did when I was in 5th grade. I'm a PK, I'm a pastor myself, so you didn't make that kind of mistake.
That was basic biblical literacy for someone in his position.
Mm-hmm. And then he doubled down, and that was even worse. But the whole debate really summed up is that, like, you presented, he let you go first, which again I think is one of his biggest mistakes, is letting you go first. Because if I debate, I always try to go first. I want to give the opening statement because I get to set the narrative, I get to set the ground rules, I get to lay out my case first, and that's going to be in the audience's head first. When he said to Sean McDowell, actually, I think David Falk should go first, I was like, well, you're admitting you're going to lose this debate right here if you're letting your opponent get a chance to lay out the evidence first when you were given that opportunity. So this whole debate turned into basically like, there's a lot of good evidence for the late date, and let's look at all these problems for the early date. And so the whole time he's on the defense. He's playing defense, and he's not doing it well because he keeps going. Towards the end, he was just sort of like, can we move on to the next subject? Which just looks bad. That just looks bad. What you say in that case is not what Kennedy said. If you need to move on to another thing, you say, I want to come back to that because I see problems there. But before there's a more important thing I want to get to, which is the conquest. No, he just said, well, let's move on to the conquest. It looks to the audience like he's admitting defeat instead of saying something like what I just said, which shows to the audience, okay, he's got something, but there's more important stuff first.
Well, the crazy thing about all this was it was his agenda. It was entirely his agenda. When I was given the agenda by Sean McDowell, which was proposed by Titus Kennedy, I tried to give some pushback. And every time I tried to give some pushback, Titus would have a hissy fit and say, no, I have to have it this way.
Really?
And it's like, oh, gee. I mean,
what?
Michael, you saw that what Sean said about the agenda. You know. Yeah. So this whole layout of this debate was determined by Titus.
Yeah, he still lost, basically.
Exactly.
Much.
He doesn't seem to be a debater. He doesn't know how to do a debate. He just
No.
By the way, Yeah,
To quote
but
the former
the,
president, he's just low energy. That's how it seemed to me.
the title of the video though was that it was a conversation, not a debate. So is that accurate, or was that supposed to be a debate and it's a mistake in the title, or is it that they? I was confused for a moment.
Well, it was supposed to be a conversation, a discussion, a conciliatory interlocutors between two high scholars.
Sean,
But there's nothing about this debate that. Let's just say this is an emotionally charged debate.
Yeah.
And you really can't avoid this. You really can't avoid this because one side treats this as a shibboleth test. The early date view of the Exodus says that you have to read the whole. I mean, this is a shibboleth test. If you don't read 1 Kings 6:1 literally, you're not reading the rest of the Bible literally. Therefore, you're a compromiser.
Yeah, taking man's word over God's word.
Well,
Exactly.
Yeah.
which is kind of ironic because it was pretty clear you knew the Bible better, and he was misreading the Bible in Judges 4, Judges 11, Exodus 4. It's like, oh, if this is going on what the Bible says, like Dr. Falk is clearly going on what the Bible actually says. And
but
Yeah.
I
you're
have more
absolutely right about
digs
this.
than
Yeah.
the argument was, but I have more digs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't even go after the Septuagint. Like, he didn't even defend the reasoning why he went after the MT in 1 Kings 6:1 on the 480 years versus the 440 years in the Septuagint at all. That was another thing. He didn't really dive into why he preferred the MT version over the Septuagint
No.
and how much of a disconnect that is if it's a 40-year difference.
Mm-hmm.
Ancient
He made
history, that's a
passing
big
remark,
difference. So that
Yeah, he
stuck out
made a
to me the
passing
most.
remark that there is another variant, but he didn't really discuss
Yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, even if you use a lower text criticism approach to say all the biblical texts that we have, that doesn't actually come out in the Septuagint's favor on this particular text. It comes out in the Masoretic text's favor.
Is anyone else hearing this weird noise in the background?
Somebody's
A little
talking.
bit, yeah. It could be someone's mic. But I wanted to say something about this. So I was just at ETS, the big conference, and Titus Kennedy was there, Scott Stripling was there. They were all there, and there's a wing of it, the Near East Archaeological Society, all early date people. So I went to one of their talks, sat in the front row. I was there. I wanted to be here for this talk. It was the Mount Ebal inscription, which is not looking good. But nonetheless, I'm sitting in the front row and I start up a conversation. And Dr. Falk is right. It is like a litmus test. Like, if you want to be a part of that, you have to take the early date. And it's crazy. But I'm sitting there and I'm talking to the guy and I'm like, so I guess since you're a part of the society, his name was Mark. He was a very nice guy. But he was like, so because I guess you're an early date Exodus guy. And he goes, I am. How about you? And I just said, I'm here on behalf of Dr. Falk. And he was like, oh, okay. Well, nice talking to you. I'm ready to hear anything. It was like I just uttered the devil's name or something. And it was, and I don't know if Douglas Petrovich recognized me, but he definitely did a double take at one point when he walked past me in the hallway. He did one of these kind of things, like, and he kept going. He may have, I don't know. I was definitely there, and I didn't go up to him because I don't have nothing to say to them. I was more interested to find people like Craig Blomberg or Benjamin Noonan. I had to thank Benjamin Noonan for being so helpful in the Exodus documentary. But I mean, I wasn't going to go razz them or anything. But they were in some of the talks I wanted to attend, so there they were.
Yeah. Petrovich, he doesn't really like me at all.
I can't imagine why.
Yeah. I didn't even respond, but that was message ding 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 ding. It was nonstop for a good hour. I wouldn't, yeah. And then it was silence, and it was in the middle of the hurricane when he was doing this. I'm like, can't respond. Got a hurricane right over me. So
There's one question, something maybe you want to develop. This whole discussion about low chronology, middle, and if you, Dr. Falk, would want to develop more on that.
Sure.
Is somebody typing?
I think it's Rob backstage, Kendo Sith board.
Oh, okay, maybe. Yeah.
And Rob,
Mute
I
your
think
mic,
we
Rob.
can hear you.
I just muted his mic.
Okay.
I don't know if that's going to fix it or not, but
I don't know. I hear it too.
yeah, I hear it also.
I'll get
Okay.
out soon for somebody else to come in.
Well, we can unmute the lights. Hmm. We can mute the mics one by one and see if that helps. Okay, that one, that one, that one, that one. All right, I think I found it.
So
Addison, it's yours. It's your mic.
It might be from his fan blowing on the mic.
We found the culprit.
We're asking.
back to the topic.
Okay.
I do want to hear Dr. Falk on this because you're like the expert on chronology. You developed a computer program on chronology.
Program
He just
for it.
talk with you, going like, "Oh, we're not really sure if it's high or low." And I'm like, "No, Dr.
Oh
Falk
my
knows he's got a
gosh.
program." Like you're talking to the guy that literally developed the computer program to fix this chronology issue. Like,
And I even use it in my papers. Like I make sure fact check it and everything.
I tried to use it and I couldn't make it. Do I need to buy the software or?
No, it's hosted on my servers. It's a server-based software. It requires a lot of computing power. Okay, a lot of computing power. It's not. Let's see if he's. Yeah, there's a lot of computing power involved with this. So now we have to understand that chronology has changed a lot in a decade. A lot.
Yeah.
So 10 years ago, it was never thought, people thought that, okay, you only could do chronology by hand, by basically human beings like trying to figure it out. But we also knew that that was really error prone. There's a lot of error that goes in because there's a huge amount of mathematics involved in this. Hundreds of thousands of calculations go into making a chronology that is consistent amongst the ancient Near East.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I had the great advantage of studying under Kenneth Kitchen. Now, Kenneth Kitchen is probably the preeminent expert on Egyptian chronology. Now, I would go, basically, I was his research assistant. I studied with him like 9 hours a week.
wow.
And, you just sit by him. And he starts doing his chronology, and you sort of go, oh, yeah, that's how he does it.
I think I found the problem with that noise.
Thank you. I think you have to.
Apparently one of my gaming consoles was behind my phone was turned on, so that might have had something to do with it. But is it all good now?
Mm-hmm.
It's all good now.
All
All good now. It sounds really good now.
That was it.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
So, I said, well, you know what? Everything Kenneth Kitchen does here can be emulated by a computer. So I started doing this, I prototyped this little program. And then I discovered something very, very fascinating as I was prototyping this, which was, this program can tell if a chronology is valid or not. That's a very useful function right there. So I then just sort of added on to it. I mean, at one point, it was like, okay, how do we make this so that we discover with a lot of variables how a chronology can be valid? At one point, I had my whole living room. I had pieces of paper on the floor trying to figure this out. I mean, it was crazy.
Going mad.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, I laid it out over 40 feet across my floor. And it's like, oh, I can see it now. I can see what we need to do to make this a consistent algorithm. After that, it was just more or less putting the data in and letting the computer figure out what algorithms work, how it will make the chronologies all consistent. So a lot has changed. So using computer analytics now, we have chronologies now that are more accurate than even 10, 20 years ago. They're now crazy accurate. We are down to the point where our chronologies are plus or minus 5 years accurate.
Which makes
Yeah.
30 years that he mentioned. Huge.
Yeah.
We know now that the high chronology cannot be consistent. It's got no chance at all. The middle chronology, the Syrian middle chronology, was always a fiction. Nobody believed. The middle chronology, the history of the middle chronology is that it was a compromise between the low and the high chronologies for museum and textbook use. Nobody ever believed the Assyrian middle chronology was correct. The middle chronology in Egypt, because of the findings we have for Horemheb, where we now know his reign was 14 years, 50 years, not, say, 15 years. Or, sorry, not 21 years. 28 years, even. Egyptian chronology is now more of a middle-low chronology. So it's a middle chronology for the 19th dynasty and a low chronology for the 18th. But this is all in the last 10 years.
Anytime anyone like Titus Kennedy or Douglas Petrovich tries to challenge you on chronology, it's like watching a flat earther talk to a scientist. This is like what you cut your teeth on, and they're like telling you, no, high chronology can work. It's like, oh boy, here we go again.
Oh, Petrovich's view is even crazier.
Crazy.
It is.
It was crazy.
I mean, he assigns Ramses II a reign of 77 years.
I knew that as a layman, even when I held to the early date. His chronology was a little wonky. Like this is.
It's really wonked. It's whacked.
Yeah.
It's so whacked.
Well, they place Amenhotep II. Some of them even hold on to the idea, the pharaoh died in 1446, and that's like 46 years difference from Egyptian, the numbers we go with now. That is just crazy.
Yeah. Peter de Mandelian, who's probably the preeminent expert on Amenhotep II, tried to figure out the accession date of Amenhotep II from lunar dating. And one of the things he says is that we have two lunar dates. They're not consistent with each other. But if we take one or the other, his Amenhotep II's accession date is either in 1450 or 1425.
There you go.
Now, the chronology I have is consistent with the 1425 date. The 1450 date is consistent with nothing. It's not consistent with the data. It's not consistent with the early view of the Exodus. But guys like Petrovich try to push that back to 1455, 1456, just to make it fit.
Your 10th year.
I'm going to get off, so I'll let some other people in, but I want to ask one more question before I go. I noticed since I took down my first Exodus documentary and we redid it, early day proponents, like Kennedy did in this debate, have stopped saying that Avaris, the city, was abandoned during the time of Amenhotep II. They started saying, well, that's just what the truth is. The palatial district was abandoned by the Egyptians. Like, have you noticed that, or is anyone else they have Stripling was very clear early on that no, Avaris, the whole city was abandoned for Amenhotep II. And when that happened, they stopped saying it all around. I find that really interesting.
It's very interesting that what Kennedy said was we were not looking for abandonment, we're looking for upheaval. That's a much lower bar.
And
Exodus is about abandonment. It's about Semitics leaving. Bye-bye.
Yeah, early day proponents have sort of dropped that whole argument now because now they recognize that BTEC actually doesn't say Avaris, the city, was abandoned during Amenhotep II.
No.
If he wants to
But,
look for upheaval too, he can always look at Ramses III, with the Libyans invading, and
Oh, sure.
for the Sea Peoples. I mean, there's upheaval there. So
I really like that part when you said basically that the Exodus was the Exodus of the Semites, not of the Egyptians. Which basically, as a summary, I liked your summaries at the end sometimes. You just kind of, at the end, sum up the whole point in a short, punchy line.
So I will take off now. I'll just say.
All right, good seeing you, Michael. Glad you could join us tonight.
Absolutely, I would not miss this. But I do want to let some other people join. But I'll just say overall, this was clearly a Falk win. And I don't even like saying that there's winners and losers in debates because it's not like a sports game. But I mean, like, Kennedy just brought nothing. It was like he was tired towards the end. He didn't. It appeared like he didn't want to even be there anymore. He conceded so many points. He made biblical blunders that he shouldn't have made. I mean, I don't know how you can come away with this thinking that there's good evidence for the early date. This just solidifies that all the data points to the late date at this point. And early date proponents are putting onto a pipe dream.
He's one of the top guys.
You see,
he is. I mean, look. I mean, who you got left? Stripling?
He's the younger stripling.
He's a younger stripling. I mean,
he's got more hair, but
Petrovich is completely discredited. I mean, he's even had a complete falling out with ABR.
Who?
I mean,
Petrovich.
Oh, right.
You know, who's left? I mean, Hassler maybe, but Hassler is not a public figure.
Well, isn't there Brant Wood? Isn't like
Brant Wood is retired.
He's in his 80s.
Oh.
He's in his 80s.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's retired.
He still makes appearances, but yeah, he's for the most part.
Yeah, he's off the scene now. He's handed it over to the younger generation.
Yeah, but anyway, guys, I'm really glad I was able to help make that debate happen. I think it was very, very productive, especially for late date proponents. So congratulations on the great debate.
Well, thank you.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Take care. Okay. Gonna take the next one here in the queue.
Kendo Sith Lord.
Hey, Rob.
I'm ready to fight you guys. Come on.
We got a lot of people in the queue here, so keep the conversation moving.
Yep.
Hey, Rob, how come I didn't get the chance to meet you at the Capturing Christianity conference?
He might not have heard you.
Yeah, he didn't hear.
Rob, can you hear me?
Okay, I should hear you now. Can you hear me?
How come I didn't get the chance to meet you at the Capturing Christianity conference? I didn't know you were there until Mike posted it about it.
Yeah, someone photoshopped me because I was in Singapore. Someone photoshopped me next to Mike and Chandler. So I'm just like the dream team's right there in spirit.
You sure about that? Having a hard time believing you.
Well, okay, can we go on with some questions? I got the book right here.
Oh yes.
Which book?
Yours.
Oh, that book.
So
I don't know anything about that book.
I don't even know what bookshelf.
It made it 5,000 miles to my country, so I can read it. I was telling you a few lives ago I wanted to make a review, and it should be coming on my channel next week. It's short. It's not much. It's about 10 minutes.
Yeah, my publisher's very thankful for that being short.
I wanted to ask you a question because I actually mentioned that in my review. I didn't know I would get the chance to talk with you. I know you talk on page 11 about, and you actually mentioned in your debate with Kennedy, you mentioned Lepsius. I thought you were going to mention as well Rabbi Hillel Hanassi. You do mention that as a historical argument.
Yes.
Saying that Hanassi got in the 4th century closer to the early view. Now, as you know, the rabbinical perspective was based on Olam Rabbah.
Yes.
Rabbah, which dates the destruction of Jerusalem in 422 instead of 586 BC, in order to make the 70 weeks of Daniel go for 490 years from 422, they say, to 68 AD to cover that. So basically, to that number that they come to close, as you say, 1314 BC, that's the number in the book. Basically, you have to add another about 164, 165 years. So that leads closer to 1470.
And what's the question exactly?
The question is, do you think that it stands as an argument since their basis, the destruction of Jerusalem in 422, is not correct, obviously?
I don't have a huge confidence in anything based upon the Seder Olam Rabbah.
Yeah.
It's a very, very unreliable standard of history.
Exactly.
I do think that when Lepsius originally did his correlations, that he used Hanassi's argument, but I also don't think that that's the strongest basis to do an argument on.
Mm-hmm.
However, Lepsius happened to be right, at least as far as getting it in the ballpark.
He got it in this ballpark based on the Seder Olam Rabbah.
Well, he the interpretation of the traditional Jewish chronology that had been based on the Seder Olam Rabbah. And that's an important distinction here, is that in the case of the traditional view of the Seder Olam Rabbah, they place the Exodus at roughly 1312 BC. Okay?
But
now, when they redate that to, say, the destruction of Solomon's temple, then yes, it does come out to 1470. Okay? Now,
we don't need these arguments to support, with ancient historical arguments. But anyway,
yeah, I have a real difficulty with taking ancient sources to determine history that's long before even those sources.
Exactly.
Like the Seder Olam Rabbah, Josephus, Herodotus. These guys are exceptionally good at contemporary history. They are terrible at ancient history.
Yeah.
And that's one thing we needed to really sort of tease out here, is that we can recognize where an argument comes from. But that's not the same as doubling down and affirming that that's a solid basis for the argument. Okay? So in the case of Josephus will talk about the Exodus and the history of the Exodus and get it completely messed up. Herodotus, the same thing. And the Seder Olam Rabbah is sort of in the same category. Like, for example, the Seder Olam Rabbah will place the Persian period at around 50 years, when it's really 250.
Yeah.
So we've got to take these ancient sources with a grain of salt, because they're not reliable in this regard, because they're not approaching history in the same way as we are.
There are a lot of rabbinical chronologies that are simply fake. And it's clearly fake, but they have their own agenda in achieving this idea of, for example, the destruction of Jerusalem in 490 years, from the first destruction to the second destruction of the temples, in order to cover probably in the second century the problem of Jesus, because the Christians were probably pointing to the fact that, Daniel's dates are pretty close at pointing to Jesus and so on.
Yeah.
And you have Jubilees, that's also a made up chronology.
Totally.
And that's how that was based on the Jubilee concept cycle. And
Yeah.
that's how we come up with all these differences between the Septuagint and the Masoretic and the Pentateuch, where you get all these chronologies, different
Yes.
many points, in order to achieve their theological goals, and they emendate them.
Correct. That's completely correct. Yeah.
Speaking of chronologies, I had a question because you said that with your software you look at those different synchronisms and you can test the validity of a chronology, but that only gives you relative timing. So how do you tie them to reality? So what are some sort of events where you get the absolute? So how do you get from 14 years after this guy and 3 years before this guy to 1260 BC to an absolute number
Okay.
in thousands?
But we do have some absolute points in chronology, such as the death of Taharqa. Everyone agrees on this, okay, because it's documented in Assyrian sources, it's documented in Egyptian sources. Everyone agrees on this. Okay, the Battle of.
How did that got agreed on? So how did that
Okay.
got pinpointed?
Well,
Astronomically?
that no, not astronomically. The fact is that those are years that are chronicled. They're chronicled in ancient sources. So we have to understand how ancient chronicles work. In Mesopotamian chronicles, they are recording each and every source, say, down to a calendar year. Okay? And we can sort of step back through those and basically say, okay, when we look at that, there is a consistency across those chronicled sources where it's something we can really sort of correlate between various different chronologies. Like, for example, the invasion of Necho II is 609, 610. Everyone agrees on this. So things like that provide an absolute sort of date. So once you've got an anchor point, one anchor point in history, and it helps to have more than one, but if you have one anchor point in history, you can pretty much sort of start piecing together the rest.
I see that. I still don't see how you get a solid anchor point in that is more than just some consensus by people saying, "Oh, we agree." How do we know that that's the 600 whatever it was BC, and not plus 1 year or plus or minus 1 year?
Well, plus or minus 1 year is just sort of that's to be expected. Plus or minus 1 year is expected. It's when we get more than plus or minus 1 year that's really a problem. You can even say plus or minus 2 years and still be fine with that. It's when you get more than plus or minus 2 years that's going to be an issue.
But still, in the absolute terms, like, I could understand if someone recorded somewhere some sort of strange astronomical event, which we can now in our simulators, some conjunctions of planets maybe, and then we can now simulate it backwards, the movements of the planets, and we can find the time. Because I was thinking, for example, I think a year ago, Rob did a video on saying that Josephus, for example, there might be a different variant that might allow Jesus's death to be somewhere else. I think closer to 3. Jesus's birth to be closer to 3 BC. And I'm thinking, if now suppose a different variant, I was wondering, suppose now that is the new fact, and now so Josephus was, his text wasn't preserved well. Now, does that information actually ruin all our chronology or all our dating that went back?
Can I clarify?
Well, it doesn't. Go on.
Okay. I'll clarify that point. That's a good observation or question, but just to also clarify the context of Josephus, it's not that there's a variant in Josephus. Rather, all Josephus is saying is that Herod died around a blood moon eclipse, and then in the 1800s they proposed the March 4 BC date. But now, like Colin Humphreys and all these like those who are in the science field but are Christian are wondering, hang on a second, but the eclipse would not have been seen, plus all the events he had to do would not have transpired in those 20 or so days. You need a much longer period based on what Josephus is, recounting. And so then the 1 BC, the next eclipse that would fit basically his so-called death date would be, say, 1 BC, sometime in the first quarter of 1 BC, like between Jan and March. And no, well, specifically the eclipse took place on the 10th of Jan 1 BC, but his death would have occurred somewhere in that quarter.
Right. So okay. Yeah. So thank you for clarifying that. But so
it's
now
more of a scientific thing. Yeah.
If we move the life of Herod then by those 3 years, right? So then I'm wondering, every event that was recorded to happen, let's say in Xth year of his reign, now also has to be moved. And I'm wondering how far back, how solid are those days that you're talking? Let's say we want Exodus. How solid, how immune are they to shifts in other, corrections that we apply somewhere later in the history? Because it just seems to me that we could actually now, like, I'm worried that we actually have to now shift pretty much all our history by those 3 years if Herod died, or do we not?
A lot of our dates prior to 664 are solid. 664 BC. So if it comes after 664 BC, those dates are pretty solid, just because we have good chronicle support for them, good documentary support.
Like the sacking of Thebes was the sacking of Thebes
exactly. Yeah.
So everything after that, yeah,
everything after that's pretty solid. Before 664, now we're invoking a little bit of guesswork.
You still have some synchronisms that historians agree on. Usually with biblical chronology, 841 for Jehu, it's taken as a date. The Battle of Karkar, 853.
We got a lot of synchronisms prior to that. We got 150 synchronisms, 150 to 200 synchronisms prior to 664. That's a lot of data. The problem is you need a computer to make sense of it all.
Yeah.
Because it's just so much. So that's why chronology has really had to go into the computer revolution to start figuring all this out.
Could you give me a few more than one anchor points that I can then look up then? Because I'm still, I'm a physicist, I'm not a historian really. I just kind of can't understand how everyone suddenly agrees on a number that wasn't determined based on... How were those numbers determined, basically?
David, can
How is 600 something determined? Oh, it was definitely 600.
Yeah, can I ask David a question on this? More like clarification. So Ramses the Great is 1276 to 1210 BC?
I think the better dates now are 1288 to 1222. That's the better dates now.
So
that's because we're having to correlate him to the reign of Horemheb. Horemheb has changed a lot of things.
Does the 1276 figure ring a bell? Like, was that of date?
At 1279 was Kitchen's early date.
Okay.
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 Now it's interesting. Kitchen originally had a 1288 date, but he moved it to 1279 because of the 28-year reign of Horemheb.
Which
has now been reduced because the wine dockets we found in the tomb of Horemheb. The last wine dockets we find in the tomb of Horemheb place him at a 14th regnal year, not a 28th regnal year.
but these still are, debatable because he could have reigned for longer, just that we didn't find the dockets, or right.
Well, here's the thing. With most royal tombs, they keep adding wine every year until the king dies. So we should expect to find wine dockets for the last regnal year they were building the tombs. Because these tombs weren't that they set a project and they finished and then they went off and do other things. Royal tombs were built and continuously built for as long as the king lived. This is why we find so many unfinished tombs. No tomb is finished in King's Valley. They just stopped. It's because if the king had enough time to live, he just kept expanding his tomb, making it bigger and grander and more noble.
Going back to
David,
Miara's question, each field has its important dates. I work most.
Sorry?
And with the Bible, the
What?
date that is referenced very much as a
Yeah, I saw it. Ask him to give me a verse. Sorry about that.
966 is a very important date for biblical chronology for the foundation of the temple. Now, this is based a lot on Thiele's work on synchronisms of the kings, and there's a lot of debate here, I would say, because what a lot don't know is that Thiele's work is based almost 100% on the Masoretic text. Am I correct on that?
Yes.
And there are variants between how long a certain king reigned in the Masoretic and the Septuagint. For example, for Solomon's son, he reigned 17 in the Masoretic, 12 in the Septuagint, and you have the co-regencies, which create the biggest problem. How long were they co-regent? And you can't really know that. So I know that this 966 is taken as a very important date. A lot agree on it. But I would say, from my perspective, working a lot on chronology as well lately, biblical chronology, I think the variant from the Septuagint should be taken into consideration. I don't know what you think about that, Dr. Falk. It's not much, but it might be a number of years there.
For the reigns of the kings, I tend to lean more to the Masoretic text. I haven't seen a lot of issues here that okay, just a second here. I need to scan something here. Okay, can you tell Vic M? I'll just say it. Just a second here. It's falling off. I've got to deal with super chats here as well, so just a second.
Forget them. Yeah, just take their money. I mean,
Just take their money around, yeah.
Now the thing we're talking about is as
Okay.
far as links and
Sorry about that. Okay. I have put the Masoretic dates into Groundhog, which is my computer analytics project. And most of all, they do seem to be consistent, fairly consistent, especially if you take Thiele's emendations. Okay. Now, I know you can't just take his first version. You have to take his third version plus Kitchen's comments on this. And when you sort of take all of that there is a. It does work out. It does work out. I think the only real issue is in where's it now? Look it up here. I think Uzziah is the only probably really problematic sticky point on this. But there's been people who have even Teely has commented on this that there's probably some exaggeration of his particular reign here. So I would normally stick to the Masoretic text on the kings, but that is but then again here I'm depending on Teely here. Again, not his first version, but his third version or second version here.
I'm aware of that. Can I give you an example of the differences between the Septuagint and the Masoretic?
Mm-hmm.
I want to see your opinion on this. For Roboam, it says in the Masoretic he reigned 17 years. In the Septuagint, it said he reigned 12 years. Now, my thought was, what if both are right? One includes the co-regency, and one doesn't include the co-regency. In this case, the Shishak would basically attack Judah and Israel in Roboam's first year after the death of his father. And I know the classical chronology in this, but my point would be the best time to attack is when there is political unclarity and there's a change in the regime, and we see this in the Bronze Age as well. Whenever there was a change of a king, that was the perfect timing to attack or to rise against whoever was keeping their shoe on your neck. So what do you think about this idea of Shishak attacking basically in the first year when Roboam would have been the only king after Solomon's death, soon after Solomon's death?
I think there might be some problems with that when you try to make that consistent further along.
It wouldn't go lower than 919, which is the lowest, at least of what I read, that someone could go. Like I said, I tried to use your calculator, but I wasn't able to.
Well, you need special access to do that.
Okay.
We might be able to set you up with that if you really want to do that. But I think there would be some issues there, especially once you start getting into the co-regencies of later points. So when you start trying, the problem is not going to be Shoshank. The problem is going to be the successors to Rehoboam.
There are differences as well with the successors. What I've come to in my numbers is a difference of about 9 years, and it lowers everything down all the way to Jehu. These 9 years go all the way to Jehu 841, so they don't change after 841.
Yeah, we'd have to put that into the calculations to figure that out. Yeah, because there's too many variables.
Yeah,
there's too many variables, but that's where you would come into a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And other people have tried to rejigger the dates of the kings, and haven't been terribly successful at it.
Yeah,
so, but if you want to try, I mean, I'm more than game for this.
I'm not saying I have it. I just looked at the differences, and I thought, Teely should have given the Septuagint a try as well, and with all these variants, and see if anything works or not.
Yeah.
For example, can I give another example and ask?
Sure.
With Solomon, I asked myself, he starts building the temple only in the 4th year. But my question is, he has the land, he knows where he's supposed to build it. David got the blueprint for him. He got the contracts for the wood and for the stones and everything they needed. Why does he start only in the 4th year? Plus, we know that there were two two ceremonies of him becoming a king before David dies. It's the quick one before Adonijah tries to get the throne, and the second one is the more official one with all the administration and so on.
Yeah.
So I know some, like Albright and others, tried to also post have a co-regency between David and Solomon out of those 40 years. Would it be in this interval of 2-3 years, maybe, since he only starts the temple in the 4th year? But I don't think there was any reason for him to wait 4 years since he had everything ready.
We don't know why he waited the 4th year, other than perhaps to maybe stabilize his kingdom. And that's speculation at this point. But we just are told that in 1 Kings 6:1 it was the 4th year. Now there is the possibility that there was a 2-year co-regency between David and Solomon.
Yeah.
Many exegetes have speculated upon this.
Yeah.
So why did he wait the 4th year? Don't know. But he did. So, sometimes you just don't know why. Okay. We do have a long queue in it. So if you haven't spoken for a while, we ask you to sort of bow out.
I'm gonna leave anyway.
I'm going to take this super chat, which...
Good night, bro.
Okay. Vic M's asked, what do you think of Ralph Hawkins' argument in his recent Exodus commentary that there was a similar cognitive term in the ancient Near East to Aleph, referring to a squad between 6 to 20 men, therefore 600 squads in Exodus, maybe a total fighting force of 5,000 men. Okay. I have great respect for Ralph Hawkins' work. I am a good friends with him. He's a great... he's done a lot of good work on this. He's an active field archaeologist. The problem is going to be knowing exactly what Aleph means in this particular case. We don't always know, in the case of, say, this particular passage, what is just, say, a numerical exaggeration versus what's a mistranslation. And we do know that ancient documents can do either. And that's going to be the issue. Some documents from ancient from texts, we know certain events happened. We know they were exaggerations. We also know, on the other hand, that there were mistranslations also. It could be either one here. I don't have a particular problem with Hawkins' view on this, but we can't say for sure one way or the other. So that's it's going to come down to it. We don't know. Okay.
I actually have a question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
And it's it concerns one of the arguments that was made in the documentary, a series that you collaborated with Inspiring Philosophy with,
Sure.
concerning, I think it was where it cited like Joshua Berman's and findings concerning like parallels between the Exodus account and some kind of Ramsite inscription. And
yeah, these are the Kaddish inscriptions.
Yeah, then.
All right, I actually have came across an article by a Jared Adbias and Peter Enns. I'm sure you've heard of at least one of those guys. Is that they actually respond to this argument. I was wondering if you could let me basically they agree that it does show that there was something in going on between in the Israelites and the Egyptians at one point, but they argue that, and I quote, however, for the biblical author to co-opt Egyptian propaganda would mean that the Exodus probably didn't happen in the way the story is told in the Book of Exodus, since it was more concerned to borrow Ramside propaganda than document and history. And I'm leaving out the whole issue of just how much historicity the biblical account would contain. And I was wondering if you could respond to that.
Well, how do you respond to supposition?
What do you mean?
Well, there's sort of the assumption built into his comment here that there's a co-opting of Ramesside document or propaganda here.
Mhm.
So how do you respond to that per se? It's sort of an assertion. There's not. What's the argument?
But
What's the argument?
Isn't that like it? But like, isn't the argument that Berman's making where or involves the Exodus account borrowing elements from?
No, that's not Berman's argument. Berman's argument is that contextually, the Israelites are coming out of the same context as, say, the same context that was used during, say, the writing of the Kaddish inscriptions. So Berman here is basically saying that we would expect the sort of same literary forms in the Exodus that we would find in, say, the Kaddish inscriptions, because they're coming out at the same time and same context.
Okay.
They're not. He's not saying literary borrowing here.
Okay.
Okay. So there's a little bit of a straw man happening here.
Okay. Would it be analogous to how the Gospels are using the genre of Greco-Roman biography?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. The whole gospel genre. The whole gospel genre. The Gospels aren't unique to Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It's part of a genre that happened during the Greco-Roman period. In the same way, the Pentateuch is taking the genres of its period and is using that, and that those genres are ubiquitous in the Late Bronze Age.
Yeah. I was gonna add, you can look at Genesis 1, the sea myth through Genesis 1, then you've got Ezekiel 38, 48. The book of Exodus kind of operates that same way with, as far as genre is concerned, with this stuff, when you compare it to other ancient Near Eastern creation accounts like Enuma Elish and the Baal cycle, and compare it to Genesis 1 and the creation account in Genesis 1. There are differences between them, so they're not direct borrowing from it either. It's just, it fits the cultural context of the day, like Dr. Falk said. Especially with, what was it in the video with IP? Exodus 14 and 15, it's two accounts of the same event. One's written in historical narrative and the other one's just written in prose. So Exodus 14 is historical and 15 would be the Song of the Sea, which is prose. So I don't know, that's how I would answer that question.
Okay.
So.
Okay, we got a super chat here, and then I'll take your question. New York City Street Preachers for $4.99. Thank you very much for super chat. Maybe I missed it, but do you guys think that Rawls' chronology may have affected Kenny's position at all? What about ABR in general? Oh boy. Oh boy.
Maybe add.
I don't have.
Get to it.
Yeah. I don't think Rawls' chronology affected Kennedy's position. However, Kennedy was a content consultant on the Patterns of Evidence film. You can find him in the credits. I wouldn't want to be a consultant on that film, but he was credited. I don't think that affects his position per se. His position is more in line with ABR's. which is a strict early date of the Exodus, high chronologies kind of position. Amenhotep II. So, we got, I don't think there's any relation specifically with Canadian rule. He's much more in line with ABR. So that's sort of my take on this. Any of you guys want to chime in?
Yeah, I was just reading the other day a letter by David Rohl written to Tim Mahaney, however you say his name, saying that he didn't represent his position correctly in the latest movie. I think it's on the location of the Sinai, and he goes with the Sinai Peninsula. Tim Mahaney goes with the whole Arabia thing. And he was complaining that he wasn't actually reading the Bible correctly, him not being a Christian and Tim Mahaney being a Christian. And he was right on that one, because he points out to all those names, and they're close by Egypt, in the land of Egypt, Pithom and so on. And they just move them all the way to the other side of the Sinai Peninsula. And I found it funny that now he's complaining they're not representing his views correctly.
Oh, surprise, surprise.
Yeah. We also had another super chat earlier on where somebody asked me to talk about the 450 years in Acts 13. He said his reference in his super chat was to Acts 13:20. But that seems to be the period from... there does seem to be some inconsistency here over what exactly is being talked about as to the 450 years. And this is the problem with Acts 13. We're not exactly sure when those 450 years start. There is definitely debate and textual variance involved. So this is a very difficult verse to pin down.
Yeah.
And, Titus even brought this up in the debate. When I challenged him on this, it was just like, well, there's variance. I wouldn't pin use this as a crux of my argument.
Yeah.
Okay, why'd you bring it up?
Yeah.
That text is not clear whether it refers from the Exodus to Abraham or from the Exodus to Samuel, David. And most New Testament translations go from Exodus to Abraham.
Yeah, and I take that view also.
I take that view too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
so...
I think that was a bad move on him to mention it, especially when you have something that's very debatable. And within the deep debate, most people go with the other interpretation, not yours.
Yeah. Well, anytime you've got a position where there's an alternate point of view, you got to be very, very careful.
Yeah.
Especially if you're using it as a proof text. Because the whole point of this is you're trying to make a case. You're trying to build a case for your position.
Yeah.
So if you're doing it on dodgy data, then that's always going to be a problem. Now, Kennedy has tried to circumvent this in the past by saying, yeah, each point I'm making is dodgy, but you take them all together and suddenly they're less dodgy when taken all together. So
much no.
It's that, that's so much no. You take a pile of trash and you now have something more than a pile of trash. I don't get how that works. Yeah, I don't get how that works.
To be fair, I think I'm suspect how it one might go about it by like using Occam's razor to be like, my explanation's like the simplest explanation of all these different points, but I get what you're getting at as well.
This is the Jish Gallop argument. You just put a lot of arguments and information, and it should stick. I think the problem with early daters is they don't debate others, and they just talk within each other. So the schools I went through were early dating schools, and I heard all the arguments. I know them. I grew up with them as a 19-year-old. You don't know better until you grow older and you start studying it, and you see the arguments not sticking, and then you see the variance within whether the numbers are different in the Masoretic and the Septuagint and so on. And I was hearing arguments like this one, and it will make some of you laugh. The reason a lot of early daters go with 430 years, I know some might not take you literal and so on, they go with 430 years in Egypt is because Joseph shaved. He couldn't have been during the Hyksos because he was asked to shave, and the Hyksos had beards.
What?
Yeah, that was really So I'll make the point. There are the difference in the Masoretic. You have 430, in the Septuagint you have 215 in Egypt, and they were saying that it couldn't have been during the Hyksos. Joseph couldn't have entered Egypt during the Hyksos because he was asked to shave when he was taken out of the prison going to the Pharaoh. It's not like you're staying in one of the dirtiest places and you're going before the strongest man in the country and you need to look nice and your beard is probably dusty and has all kinds of stuff in it, lice and so on, and you have to shave.
Makes sense.
So
Oh boy, that's bad.
Yeah,
Jeez.
that's.
Oh, jeez,
I mean, I know all the arguments. I grew up with them, and
Oh
they
boy,
don't.
that's bad.
They don't debate. They need to debate more, and they need to see that there's something different out there, and their views can be challenged.
Well, this is my first time I've debated an early dater.
You're 1-0, bro.
Oh boy. The first time I did a formal debate against an early dater was with Douglas Petrovich and David Roll at the same time. That is aggravating. Douglas Petrovich will never engage anything you say, ever. He'll just assert it and double down on that assertion.
Mm-hmm.
You'll say, okay, what about Pyramses? We got Cesium Chronology that shows that the site is 13th, century. And he'll go, well, what about the Sothic cycle? What about Sothic dating? Wait, I asked you a question. Can you answer it? Well, what about the Sothic cycle?
No one uses it, right?
Yeah, no one uses it anymore, but that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with that constant assertion and doubling down. So you can't engage. You just can't engage because he won't engage.
Yeah, well, engage.
James Hoffmeyer experienced the same problem with Charles Ailing when he debated him in San Diego. Ailing kept doubling down on what his beliefs, and Jim was trying to get him to the point where he was trying to get him to say, okay, you're the one who's redacting the text. You're the one who's changing the content of the text, not the late date position. And it was a real fight getting Ailing to go there.
I think where the debate got a little bit heated, and
Just
Sean's
a
face was
Just a little?
like near the end when you were talking about you can't read a research paper with archaeological digs, because that was baffling to me that like you said, you don't date something at the end, during its destruction.
No, you don't put the destruction at the beginning of a strata.
Yeah, Yeah. Like, is he being deliberately? I don't know. You can't make that. It's like saying 2 + 2 is 5. Like that's how bad the mistake is. You can't make that mistake. Is there a reason why?
He's got no choice.
Was there miscommunication there on his part?
He's got no choice.
He's pressed. He's pressed to believe that.
Yeah, that's it. He's pressed to believe that. You see, if he doesn't put that destruction layer at the beginning of the late bronze strata, then he can't make a case for an early Exodus early conquest at Hatzor. He has to do that if he wants to keep the position.
But if he took your recommendation, would then, like earlier, I think his name was Tim, when he spoke about chronological alignments, does then the chronology match with a Hofmeyr / late date, for the Exodus?
Well, he never contested the late bronze destruction layer. He fully recognized that later destruction layer was late bronze 2B.
Yeah, but they think it is during Deborah. It's not
Deborah.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that strata 3 to strata 2 destruction layer. All the research reports say it's strata 3 because they put them at the end of a strata, which happens to be that strata 3 is middle bronze 2B. The next strata is late bronze 1.
Because you see that, I kind of felt bad for him because he didn't push back on, when you were pointing out, look, this is the positioning and all that with the strata, and he ends the debate by saying, like when Sean says, how can you get in touch with you and blah blah, and he's like, oh, I didn't know this, he's at Biola and he's like an assistant professor or something, or teacher.
He's an adjunct,
right? And I'm thinking to myself, oh my gosh, if any of his students were to watch that, it's like this simple misalignment due to a certain bias, I suppose, and like that to me was that completely just shuts all further conversation, or the debate should just have ended there.
Right.
Well, there are several points in this debate where it was a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
I mean, you
did not hold back. You were just
Michael
like,
went through the
okay,
whole
now
list, I think,
and
for us.
yeah.
I mean, the Judges 11 thing was just a dumpster fire.
I thought that was the worst part.
Sean's face was just like, once you actually broke that down, showing how we can't trust, like.
The Judges 11 thing was bad. The name of Ramses was bad. The strata interpretation was bad. There were 3 really sort of low points of that debate.
I was hoping at least Sean to mention the common ground, the idea that both of you believe in an actual Exodus, to end it somehow, at least with something that is in common to both of you. I'm a mediator myself, so that I would have pointed to that.
Well, Sean didn't give us any opportunity for opening remarks.
Yeah.
It was just, here's an archaeologist, works at Biola, here's an Egyptologist, talk about the Bible.
I got some carrot cake for the party.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Speaking of food, I have some bad news. I'm all out of popcorn.
Sad
I'm down to a quarter of my popcorn.
All it is like the seed things or whatever they're called.
Can we talk a little bit about Judges 11?
Sure. Just a reminder: if you're not participating, please drop out so we can add someone else in.
I just
We
had
do
a
have
question.
people waiting.
I actually got to leave here in a minute, but I actually
Okay.
had a question. It's kind of related, but there's debate about the word "suf" in Hebrew, about it being an Egyptian LW or loan word and everything, and that's.
It is an Egyptian word, but
I was just about to say, and I think it is too, but I was reading through Paul, and there's some debate about it being the C at the end, which seems the least probable to me. And then a lot of early daters usually use that as maybe the Gulf of Aqaba to prop up the Red Sea argument instead of the Sea of Reeds argument. So I didn't know your thoughts on actually it not being
Okay.
the Sea of the end. So
okay, here's my thought on this: it's confusing early Hebrew with Middle Hebrew. It's a confusion. It's taking a synchronic approach, okay, or a diachronic approach. You're just taking the whole history of Hebrew and compressing it. This is the problem with, say, Strong's Concordance.
Yeah,
is it doesn't differentiate between what's early Hebrew, what's Middle Hebrew, what's late Hebrew.
Oh, what about Jeff Menner's Ancient Hebrew?
Languages change over time. In the case of Sooth in, say, the Pentateuch, there's no question it means reeds. We have the Yom Suf, but we also have Suf appear twice in Exodus 2 as reeds. Moses' mother makes a basket out of Suf. Okay, those are reeds.
yeah,
And then she places the basket among the Suf reeds.
yeah.
It's only later in the 7th century that we start seeing that Suf change to Soph.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a later reading.
And I guess they have to say that too to fit the DH when it comes to that, if it's Middle Hebrew, because it fits. Yeah. Okay.
Heiser,
All right, guys.
Heiser prefers Sof.
Yeah.
Heiser is a Second Temple period guy, though.
Yeah.
Wait, what? Heiser?
Yeah, if you listen to his podcast, you would hear him saying Yam Sof instead of Yam Suf.
Oh.
No, I'm pretty sure he holds Sea of Reeds, like the Bitter Lake, that location up there.
Heiser is very iffy about his Exodus views. I'm going to be right out there. Heiser was really influenced by Roll's Forum on New Chronology.
He distanced.
Heiser was, I know he's distanced himself a little bit, but he was still inculcated in that, and he still gives David Roll say, well, maybe David Roll's right.
I listened to him, and he's presenting them. He kind of agrees that somewhere in his past he thought about it, but he doesn't really support
like, for example, he held to the Jebel El laws. Like, if you go back in his blog, like back in 2009 or something, he held to the El laws as like a possible candidate, and then he's totally dismissed that now, and
because of not being able to place Kadesh and some of the names he's been working on in his mountain paths.
The thing is, Heiser has actually mentioned your work, David. He's actually mentioned your work by name. He's like, and David's excellent work with respect to the Ark of the Covenant and the furniture stuff, and because his latest, this is outside his Naked Bible podcast stuff. This is in his Awaken School of Theology course. He's actually referenced your work, and he's aware of basically your work in this area, and he's, because of the 5 Views book that came out with Hofmeyr, as a contributor, that has practically sealed the deal as far as your and Hofmeyr's chronological aspects. Like, he's basically now sold on that now. I just want to like.
Well, maybe I'm not up to date on what his current views are.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I mostly agree with him on most items. There's just a few things here and there that I do disagree with him on.
All right, guys, I gotta go though. Otherwise, I'll stay.
All right, take care. Good to have you here.
Yep.
Hey, buddy.
But I think, but more so on your point, David, with Heiser's Exodus views. So putting aside the chronology, yeah, he does then go into, as typical of Heiser, there's like niche little study areas and it's speculative, like it's so we're talking about things like the golden calf, and Heiser will find some odd little paper discussing something, and yeah, and in fact I think that's like during your Q&As, I've sent you super chats because what Heiser said and studies he's raised, and I've clarified with you, and you've also, because I'm in the middle here, and you've clarified yes or no to those studies, and yeah.
Hey, look who it is.
Creation.
First time seeing him.
Good to see you.
Falk, it's your highest donor, right?
Your mic is off. Brick Creation, your mic is off.
Oh yeah, I was saying that I'm kind of shy, so I'll kind of make this a little fast. Well, Dr. Falk, I heard from Titus Kennedy what he said about taking the 480 years, and then you made up a good case about like the temple dedications and about how I think you said like Mesopotamia they used a multiple of 60 or something.
Yeah, 60 and 12.
Yeah,
to get 720.
Yeah, so it's kind of odd for like Titus Kennedy to not like take that the 480 to be symbolic too, because I know like if you get like 480 and then divided by 12, a symbolic number, you also get 40 like an idiom, right?
Well, what I found really sort of slippery about Titus's response to this was his exact almost. Wait a minute. It's either exact or it's not. You're either pregnant or you're not.
Yeah.
He's trying to argue for exact numbers here. But then he goes exact almost. What am I hearing here?
Yeah, like he thought it was going to be like 579 instead of like 479 instead of 480, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I noticed that
That's
he
Striplin's
said
argument.
Yeah, he said the 479, and hence he's thinking exact, which is the biblical figure, and then the almost, which is the the secular dating, I suppose, or some sort of like granular, like, I don't know, scientific dating or something. And, yeah.
He considered the variant in the Septuagint, and a lot of early daters don't really give too much appreciation to the Septuagint, and they disconsider it, saying, yeah, well, the Masoretic has the right numbers. And so he was trying to say you get 440 or 480, somewhere in between. Maybe that's what he was trying to make us.
Well,
but it wasn't clear.
Well, when you look at, say, the 400-year stela, it talks about a 400th year, 4th month, 4th day. Okay? When it gets right down to that sort of granularity, it's either exact or it's not. You don't even have a year of wriggle room here. You've got a day of wriggle room. So the idea that, when you got a temple that's off by 50 years, and you go right down to the date, they're not trying to be exact at that point. It's numerological dating. It's 444.
But didn't they say that, or like, Sean was confused. He was like, oh, it's close. And then Dr. Falk, you asked him, you were like, wait, what is actually your view? And then he said, oh, I mean, like, completely literally. Like, doesn't that kind of contradict, like, the whole whatever thing's going on here?
Sean was throwing Titus a lifeline.
Twice.
Yeah.
With the Ammonites. He saved him twice with the Ammonites. He was heading for it again. I mean, Amorites for him. He was heading back to the Amorites. He wanted to do it twice, and at least once I saw Sean stopping him, just not letting him get embarrassed more.
Yeah. Yeah, he was throwing Titus a lifeline, and Titus threw it back. Okay, that's what happened. That was what was happening there. But I happen to know that most of these early daters believe in exact dating, exact numbers. They don't buy approximates. There's very, very few early daters that believe that this was 479 years approximately. Almost all of them believe that it's 479 exactly, right down to the year Gregorian calendar.
This is tripling argument because he says 479 full years, and it's in the 480th year.
Mm-hmm.
First Kings 6 has second month. It doesn't have fourth month. They could have argued with that, saying, well, he doesn't go, 444. He goes with second month. And so they just want to go with what's full years and subtract 1 year out of those 480.
Mm-hmm.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So I got a question about just the mood of approaches in the debate. So so I've noticed a lot of people were in the comments section and the live chat of the actual video where people were saying, Dr. Falk, he's so harsh. He's not being a good Christian or whatever. And I'm a big fan of yours. I've watched almost all your videos. I know you're not just trying to win something or whatever. Pretty much. They come up on the live and whatever.
Hey, honey, what your pastor didn't tell you has watched all of my videos. Oh my gosh, somebody has. Sorry.
It's a very long
most
list.
of them. I watched most of them.
Go
Not
on.
watch, but at least listen to almost
Red Letter Day.
But anyways, so I was just gonna say that I know you're not trying to just win a debate, so I just wanted to get your comments I don't know, maybe just what your thoughts on that.
Well, I entered into this debate with the idea that I was going to be focused on the arguments, be conciliatory, be as diplomatic as possible. But there's a point where when your opponent crosses the Rubicon that you really can't be anymore. When you have to sort of shift your gears from, okay, this is not two high intellectual interlocutors trying to discuss basically similar ideas. That your opponent doesn't know what he's talking about, doesn't know what he's doing, is completely incompetent. And then you're kind of stuck with, okay, do I let people think he's competent in spite of his incompetence? Or do you expose that for the sake of the edification of the body? And that's a tough choice to make. That's a really, really tough choice to make. Because you do risk coming off looking mean. You do risk coming off looking condescending. But at that point, you have to say, okay, what is the greater imperative here? To expose what are bad ideas, bad teachers, incompetent teachers, or do you let them continue doing what they're doing without any comment at all? At least if you expose the bad ideas, expose the incompetence, then at least then everybody knows. And then they can make their choices from there. It's not a decision I took lightly. It's not a decision I had made going into this. It was a decision I made because of what I started hearing. Really, it's a decision I made right at the judge's 11 point.
Speaking of Judges 11, can we go into it?
Sure.
I was reading through the text and trying to see your arguments.
Mm-hmm.
And what I've noticed is that the Moabites are mentioned quite a lot in the text as well.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the Ammonites and you also have the Moabites mentioned a lot. Now, we know that the Ammonites and the Moabites and the Edomites and the Amalekites and the Midianites were what we call the Kedemites, the Easterners, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they shared the same blood coming from Abraham, sort of. And
Some of them did, but go on.
yeah, sort of. And they probably shared some cultural common background, at least for a while. And the Moabites and the Ammonites were neighbors. And you find them earlier in Judges working together against the Israelites. You find all these people, the Amalekites, Edomites, Moabites, and Ammonites, at times working, and the Midianites, but that's more rare. You find them working together. And especially given that they had a bigger enemy, a stronger enemy, couldn't this be a case of the Ammonites working with the Moabites, having a treaty to fight against the Israelites on the eastern bank of Jordan?
It's possible, we just don't have any evidence for that. We have no evidence for that. So, yes, it's very, very possible that they could have. There could have been some sort of cooperation between Ammon and Moab, but we don't have the specific evidence for that.
Well, then
The text is really specific as regard to Ammon asserting its ancestral claim over the lands of the Heshbon and the Arnon.
But in the claim, he also mentions Balak, son of Zippor, king of Moab.
Okay, that's prologue. Okay, now in that prologue, he's taking a famous historical figure, and he's basically saying, are you better than Balak, son of Zippor? Are you better than him? Did Balak struggle or strive against Israel? That's posturing. That's Jephthah telling the king of the son of Ammon, "Hey, are you better than this famous king? Did this famous king dare to go against the might of Israel?" That's a problem for his argument. I mean, here I'm saying Japheth's argument, because the answer is, it's a rhetorical question. We have the interrogative marker in there. So it's a rhetorical question. He's basically saying that, no, not even Balak, son of Zippor, dared to go up against us, when the fact is he did and lost badly. So that doesn't infer an alliance between Moab and Ammon, but it does basically saying that a regional power, maybe greater than Ammon, didn't even dare to come up against Israel. Because when you look at, say, the kingdoms of Ammon and the kingdoms of Moab, Moab is a much greater kingdom.
Yes, for sure.
So, Japheth is trying to make a ploy here that really doesn't work because he doesn't understand the history.
This is his last message. Basically, there are like 3 exchanges, diplomatic, so to speak, between them.
Yeah.
And in the second one, he said, whoever was that sent by Jephthah, Israel did not take the land of Moab and the land of the sons of Ammon. So to whomever is sending the message, he's saying, we didn't take the land of Moab, we didn't take the land of Ammon. Now, he's only speaking to the Ammonites. Why is he mentioning the Moabites as well?
Okay. He didn't take the land of Moab because the Israelites never entered the land of Moab. They went around it.
Yeah, I agree.
He didn't take the land of Ammon because it was already occupied by the Amorites.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
He's taking the land of the Amorites, which the Amorites took from the Ammonites. And this is what this whole dispute is about. Israel took the land of the Amorites, which the Amorites took from the Ammonites. So the sons of Ammon are asserting an ancestral claim. They're basically saying, the Ammonites are saying to the Israelites, hey, Amorites took our land, you took their land, we want that back.
Yeah.
So is this really what's going on in the passage here?
Yeah, I still think that the fact that the Moabites are just mentioned so many times, it might have to do with their involvement somehow.
Well, there's no direct connection to that, but
There isn't
it's possible.
but
This is possible, but there isn't a direct. We have to deal with the text we're given. Now, if we find some extra biblical evidence that allows us to inform that conversation to say, hey, maybe they were involved. Hey, I'm up for it. I don't think it would change much. But right now, all we have is basically this is a struggle between Jephthah and the Ammonites. That's what we got right now.
the Ammonites were closer. The Moabites were further away. So obviously, the
Oh yeah.
Ammonites.
When you look at the geography on the eastern Jordan, you know, you're going to have that Heshbon and the Arnon on the north, and then beneath that the kingdom of Ammon, and then beneath that the kingdom of Moab.
Yeah.
David, just to clarify on this, with respect to Judges 11, so how does this then connect to the early versus late date? Like, why are we discussing Amorite confusion, I suppose, with, you know...
It goes down to verse 26.
300 years.
Where Jephthah said, you know, for 300 years, Israel has occupied the Heshbon and the Arnon. You know, why didn't you take back the land in this time? They date the Jephthah to around, say, 1100 BC. They add 300 years and they get 1400 BC.
And then what about the other 47 years or something, or 46 years?
Well,
49 plus 40.
they say close enough.
Okay.
It's an approximation.
Yeah.
You can take
It's approximation, yeah.
Okay.
Dr. Falk,
So this is the-
didn't... Go for it. What, you were going to finish.
This is their second go-to passage. You know, when you listen to how the early daters do their polemic, they almost to a fault follow a specific pattern of what verses and texts they do. They'll start with 1 Kings 6:1. Then they move to Judges 11. Then they move to 1 Chronicles chapter 6. Then they move to Acts 13. Then they move to the Seder Rabbah Olam. And once they've gone through that, there's nothing else they can do. They're done at that point.
And there's also the Ezekiel. I forgot the chapter about the Jubilee.
That's part of the Seder Olam Rabbah.
Yeah.
That Exodus, Ezekiel 40 verse 1.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's part of that Seder Olam argument.
I don't know how somebody can reference Seder Olam when they obviously get it so wrong, but it's. I mean, I understand the Jews. Okay, it's in their blood, their rabbinical line, and so on. Whatever they have with that, but Christians, I really don't see the need for that.
It's a last ditch effort. And they'll really pump up the Seder Olam. They'll say, "Oh, the Talmud, that's really accurate in every way." You know, the Jews were really, really conscientious about recording history exactly as it was.
They love Jesus so much.
Oh yeah, and it's pretty crazy. I mean, it's really crazy from both a historical and religious point of view. But that's how desperate they are to retain this theory.
I think it's partially a methodology problem too, because it's like, all right, we have to take the literal view of the Bible, and then anything after that, we're just looking for possibilities. It's not even so much about evidence. It's just as long as it's possible that we could have it at this date, then we should use that. And that's where you get like weird points in debates, and it's like, well, why'd you even bring that up? Well, it's possible.
Because they're treating it like a hill to die on. Like this is the be all and end all. From all eternity past, God expected it to be on before 1446 date.
Well, this is the problem with plausibility arguments. Is you've got various arguments in logical discourse. You got deductive arguments. Conclusion follows from premises. You got inductive arguments where you're compiling a bunch of data and then making a probability assessment. But then you've got these plausibility arguments where you're taking a pile of loosely related facts and then saying, well, it's plausible. The problem with plausibility arguments is it shifts the burden of proof. You're taking the burden of proof and you're saying, well, now you've got to prove it's not plausible. That's a lot harder to fight against. So they're lowering the bar, the evidential bar, to make the contention more defendable. It's a really sneaky way of doing things. But it is an argument that's often used.
But wait, doesn't James Hoffmeyer do something similar with the Exodus, where he mainly focuses on the plausibility of the Exodus and not like probability? Yeah. I mean, I haven't read a whole lot from him, but is like what makes it bad in one instance and good in another?
Well, Hoffmeyer is really sort of working, basically adding to Kitchen's probability analysis. Okay. So Kitchen takes a really inductive approach an inductive approach, where he's basically compiling all this data and then saying what is most probable. Kitchen is just doing the same thing. I mean, Hoffmeyer is just doing the same thing as Kitchen here. It's just compiling all this ton of data and then basically saying what is probable in this case. Now, a probability argument. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about a probability argument. You might have to modify your initial thesis to fit. Basically, say, well, the data is pointing a little different. So you might have to adjust your thesis to accommodate the data. And that's a good thing. You should do that. You should follow the data wherever it goes. It's not just saying you've got these random facts that have little or no interpretive weight. And here's sort of the difference between, say, what Kitchen does and what Kennedy does. Kitchen goes, okay, we've got this pile of archaeological evidence and textual evidence that points to certain features that lead to the conclusion of a Ramesside exodus. And if you hold to these features, you're sort of bound. You're compelled to hold to a Ramesside exodus. There's what's it called? Explanatory force. All the premises need to have explanatory force. If you don't have explanatory force, you don't have good premises.
Okay.
The stronger your premises, the stronger your conclusion. This is what's true of any inductive argument. An inductive argument is only as good as its premises. The problem with a holistic argument is your premises don't need explanatory force. They just need to show it's vaguely plausible. Now, in Titus's case, he takes this a little farther to say, well, we don't need explanatory force. We don't need the premises to hold up. All we need is just to gather them together, and together they form this gestalt where, well, it makes a plausible case. I think that's problematic. That's problematic in the sense that you're creating a tautology that an argument that cannot be contradicted.
Mhm.
And any tautology has to be wrong, or at least doubted.
Okay.
You have to any argument has to be has to have a element of deniability. You have if your argument is not falsifiable, it's not an argument.
Okay.
You need any argument needs to be falsifiable.
Okay.
A good inductive argument can be falsified through the attacking of its premises. But the problem with the holistic argument is if it's structured in the way Titus does it, it's not falsifiable.
Okay.
That's a serious evidential problem.
All right. Now, but isn't it the case concerning falsifiability that like a theories are like they're rarely strictly speaking falsifiable, since you can always like adjust them, or is that like something different?
Well, when we talk about historical argumentation and falsifiability, okay? I mean, you saw how I did that today. You know, when we look at, for example, let's take just for example the stela of the destruction of the idols. Okay? He added a certain interpretation upon that, which is not in the text. Like, for example, he said that, Amenhotep II was angry at the gods, so he destroyed their idols.
Okay.
Okay. Now, first of all, no king would be angry at the gods. Okay? That's just wrong on a prima facie level. That's just wrong at a prima facie level. And plus, we got this alternative explanation of why a king would destroy idols.
Unless he's Akhenaten.
Even in Akhenaten's case, he didn't deny the existence of God. He said they were just manifestations of Aten.
Yeah.
He reframed it. He didn't deny it. So, so there's a whole lot going on there that you got to consider. So when you build up a case, any case where you're using a lot of data, a lot of premises, your argument is as good as your weakest premise. Now, if your premise is really, really weak, then okay, you'll need to scrap that premise or at least find further support for it. That's fine. That's cool. That happens. But if all your premises are weak, if all your premises can be contested, you need to rethink the argument.
Would you agree that a minimum premise for whichever view it would be that there should be some kind of upheaval during the reign of the Exodus Pharaoh?
No, I wouldn't. For a couple reasons. One, we don't really have that in the text. Most of, for example, almost all the plagues are basically those sorts of events that are, say, related to the agricultural cycle. So essentially, yeah, okay. I mean, here's an objection I often get from skeptics, which is it destroyed all the food, and nobody noticed. Okay, but the text doesn't say that. The text says that the hail destroyed the barley. Now, you have to have some contextual information to know what Egyptians did with barley.
Beer.
Egyptians didn't eat barley.
Beer.
They grew barley to make beer for water purification. Yes, I know. It's an incredible tragedy to destroy the barley for beer. Okay, you lost the beer. I mean, okay, that's a tragedy. But no one's going to starve over this. Most Egyptians ate emmer or wheat. It was a reliable crop in Egypt. Everyone ate it for actual bread and food. Only the most poorest of Egyptians did not eat emmer. So the vast majority of Egyptians would have still had food on the table, even if the barley crop was wiped out.
That's regarding food.
That's regarding food. The Exodus takes place before the wheat crop and after the barley is destroyed.
Yeah.
So no Egyptian is going to starve in this process.
What about the deaths? When that's hard to estimate.
Really hard to estimate, mostly because much of those tombs were destroyed.
Yeah,
We don't act. Sorry?
I don't think they would have had time with many of them to bury them in tombs. Probably a lot of would have been fast burials.
Well, Egyptians did this in the case of, say, burials. In the case of plagues, where they didn't have enough facilities for mummification, and mummification was restricted to the middle classes and above. So not everyone was mummified.
Yeah.
But in the case of, say, plague, they often resorted to water burial, where they would bind them up in a linen cloth and throw them in the river. Just like they do in the Ganges in India.
Yeah.
Now, that has its own problems.
Then they drank that water.
Yeah, then they drank that water. Yeah, exactly.
Very smart.
Yeah. I want to thank here Farmhouse Theologian, who gave us a $20 Australian super chat. Thank you so very much for the super chat.
Farmhouse Theologian, she's a good friend. So shout out to her.
Awesome. Yeah, so there would have been some people who would have been buried because they would have been in the queue for the mummification, but a lot of them would have ended up in the river. Essentially being crocodile food.
And the third factor would be the army. Do we take the number 600 as literal? Obviously, I don't think all of them died. If we go with the lakes, it could have been that some have died. They maybe lost some of the chariots, but not everything.
Okay. Here's my take on this. I think they would have gathered as many chariots as they could. Now it's the 600 elite, the basically the top corps that would have been assigned at Pyramses.
Yeah, the best of the best.
That's the best. That's your officers. That's your military elite. There were also garrisons of chariots at Charu and at Migdol. Now, this wouldn't have included the garrison that was posted at El Alamein. There is one garrison in the west, far west, near Libya. They would not have been called in for this. But we're talking here about probably 3/4 of the charioteers, and none of the infantry. The infantry did not have time to catch up. Infantry is slow. It takes them days to catch up. We find this, for example, at the Battle of Kadesh, where the chariots race in and end up having to be saved a half a day later by the infantry, who are running in behind them. So, I would estimate here that, we know that there are 4 armies. Egypt had 4 armies. It's roughly divided in 4. Each army consists of about 2,000 personnel, about half of which are chariots, except for the army of Seth, which was entire infantry. So we're talking here about 3,000 to 4,000 chariots in total. And so that's what would have been, that about, say, 3/4 of that number, about 3,000 chariots would have been lost at the Red Sea. Just roughly speaking.
So that's about 10%.
Okay. Okay, so let's see. So that's basically the rough estimates for how many people would have been lost. Now, there probably would have been another 1,000 chariots in reserve, as I said, at El Alamein.
Where were the 4 locations? You said on the west.
El Alamein, Pyramses, Charu, and Migdol.
They had none in the south? Or
South where?
as in going towards Kush?
Oh, you mean Kush? No. They did not have charioteers down south.
Infantry. They probably had infantry.
It's all infantry down south.
Okay. Yeah.
And the reason why is because they didn't have proper roads down there. It's very rough territory. You can really only get down there by boat. So you don't have a lot of you don't have any chariots, say, south of Thebes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you maybe have 1 or 2 here for, like, ceremonial purposes, but it really wasn't. You wouldn't invade Nubia with chariots.
Yeah.
Because you're fighting up cataracts.
Amenhotep III had a military activity in the south, right? If I recall.
Oh yeah.
Somewhere.
Yeah,
around.
he made it down to, like, the 4th cataract.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but he's doing that all with infantry.
Yeah. Yeah. It's infantry. Exactly. Now I recall.
Almost all your chariots are going to be in the delta. Somewhere in the delta, whether on the east or the west. You're also going to have a few chariots in, say, the garrison towns in Canaan.
Yeah.
But that's sort of the small end of their spear.
I don't recall on the Amarna letters if any of the mayors requires chariots. I don't think so. They usually ask for what do you call it? Archers.
Archers. Yeah.
Archers, yeah.
Yeah. There were some chariots posted in the Levant at the garrison towns, but they're not in. We're not talking about people who are in, say, most of the chariots are not going to be involved in those sort of state-to-state content, those city-state conflicts.
Yeah.
And almost everything in the Amarna letters is going to be a city-state conflict. I mean, even the big regional power in the Levant, which was the Kingdom of Muru, you know, the Amuru are even they are going to be like vassals to the Egyptians. You know, we get some Amarna letters from the Amuru saying, "Hey, these city states are complaining, but we're still loyal to Egypt."
They were kind of flipping it with the Hittites from time to time.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all flipping with the Hittites. Absolutely.
Now I have a question just out of curiosity, and Dr. Falk, if you don't want to get into
You know, curiosity is dangerous, right?
Wait, what?
You know, curiosity is dangerous, right?
Yeah, because curiosity killed the cat, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just kind of wondering concerning, the whole early date versus late date thing. Have you ever lost any friends over this? Haven't had to break off friendships or something?
Oh yes, I have.
Oh,
I've had people who've stopped being my friend over this, including one particular president of Shepherd Seminary.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Interesting. And would you say it gets as toxic as, say, the debates over the opening chapters of Genesis?
More.
Oh, really?
Oh, you have no idea how toxic this kid gets.
Wow.
You have no idea. I mean, this debate is incredibly toxic.
Wow.
Like, for example, there are some, like, for example, ABR, Associate for Biblical Research. They would rather you be an evolutionist than be a late dater.
Really? Did they actually say that?
Mm-hmm.
Where did they say that?
Well, they don't say it explicitly, but if you engage with them at any time, like Michael Jones, he was here for a moment. They're okay with him being a theistic evolutionist. They're okay with him being a theistic evolutionist as long as he was an early dater. But once he sort of flipped on that, then now he's persona non grata. Not in the same way I am. But
no, but is just to clarify, I've read on the ABR site that I forget now the author, but if you're going down this trajectory of a very so-called conservative young Earth paradigm, which is what ABR are, they of a young Earth perspective. So it all boils down to the chronological aspects of when you date the creation, leading then to the Exodus, leading then to Jesus. It's a very tight chronology within their schema. So if they're saying IP can be a theistic evolutionist, they're okay with that, but they're being hypocrites in that sense because they need an early date to fit the so-called Usher chronology. It just doesn't work.
it doesn't work, but that's part of the hypocrisy here.
APR doesn't go with the Usher chronology.
It doesn't go with the other chronology.
They go-
ABR has their own chronology, but they are reading the genealogies of Genesis 5 and 11 literally.
in Septuagint, and they go with the 430 years in Egypt, the long sojourn, and
Mhm.
it adds up to about 5500 BC for the creation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think. Yeah.
It's a difference of about 1500
Yeah.
from Usher.
Excuse me a second.
That's a lot.
Sure. I was trying to find the guy's name. He's from
Okay.
New York.
While Dr. Falk is away, let's all talk bad about him.
Well, that was pretty quick.
I'm back.
Darn.
Darn, he's back.
We were about to be rascals.
Yeah,
but-
we're about to just talk bad about you.
Oh, that's all?
Yeah.
ABR talks about bad about me all the time.
It's a typical day.
It goes both ways. So
Yeah. We're going to be worse than ABR.
Well, I mean, ABR blacklisted me among seminaries. Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yeah, so, I discovered this the hard way when I started applying for seminary positions.
But if they
I
blacklisted you, they would have to blacklisted Hoffmeyer and all the mainstream scholars who are also evangelical but are late date. Like all of
Well,
them.
they can't blacklist someone who's already entrenched.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Okay? They can only blacklist new scholars.
Hmm.
I applied for a particular position once, and the interview was supposed to be 2 hours. We had our 10 minutes of how's the weather, and then the only question out of their mouth was, well, what's your position on the Exodus? Day of the Exodus. Oh, thank you very much for applying. We won't be needing to ask you any more questions.
Wow.
That debate, that interview was done in 15 minutes.
So ABR has that much influence over seminaries, huh?
It does. ABR has been spreading its message to seminaries, churches, denominations for 60 years. 60 years.
Yeah, like I imagine that they would like have that influence over or like churches and whatnot, but seminaries, like wow.
Mhm. Oh, here's how it works. Here's how it works. Now, ABR knew it could never win this debate in the academy.
Yeah.
So it never did try to win the intellectual argument. But what it did was it preached a message. It went grassroots.
Right.
So it went from church to church.
Yeah,
Well-
I've heard you talking about this.
Where are those people now?
Seminary?
They're in the seminaries. They're the octogenarians funding seminaries. That's where the power is. The power is in the octogenarians that are funding the seminaries. And those octogenarians are convinced that if you believe in the late date of the Exodus, you are a compromiser and worse than an atheist.
Wow. That actually reminds me. I'm not sure if they'd have like a. I doubt they have a position open right now, but Dr. Falk, you might want to check out Palm Beach Atlantic University, because I remember when I went there for a little bit, and Paul Copan works there, and I know he holds to the late date, and I also remember
He does great work.
yeah, and I also remember my Old Testament professor. He definitely leaned towards late dates. So I do think that if they had a position and available for someone of your expertise, I'm sure they would be open into having you there.
Well, here's the issue. In most seminaries, most of the academics will believe in a late date because they've examined the issue and they've looked at it carefully, but they don't have the courage to come out and say it.
Well,
because of the octogenarian problem.
Yeah.
Like, for example, I asked Lawson Younger to endorse my book. And I know he's a late dater. Dead silence. He won't put his neck on the line. John Walton, same thing. I know for a fact that he's a late dater because I've talked to him about this. He knows this. He knows my position. I know his position. We've had conversations. He won't. But when he asks early date or late date, I can see arguments for both. Yeah. Look, I mean, Walton will pull his neck on the line for, say, an old Earth creationism. He'll put his neck on the line for that. The date of the Exodus is too hot. It's too hot of a topic. And I mean, I've even had publishers tell me, oh, you're advocating late date of the Exodus? You can't say that. We'll alienate half our readership. I mean, this is why I was so disappointed with I hated my entry, my chapter in the backgrounds of the Old Testament book for Baker. Because they told me I could write anything I want initially. So I did. And they said, oh, you can't say that. We'll alienate all our readership. So I had to really, really tone that way much further down than I would have wanted to.
Yeah. Although, concerning concerning Dr. Copan, I think if I remember correctly, he does have there is one sentence in his newest book where he does advocate for the late date, if I remember correctly.
Well, they can sort of slip things in here and there, but if they make it a position where they have to defend it, that's where things get sticky.
Okay.
Okay. This is one of the reasons why, say, James Hoffmeyer doesn't do it more than he does. Now, Kenneth Kitchen is fully out there. He doesn't care. I mean, the guy's been retired for almost 30 years now. He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care. He's past the point of caring.
He's a Scotsman. He doesn't care.
He's not a Scotsman technically, but he did spend some time in Aberdeen.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
He's got Scottish wit. I didn't know that much.
He definitely has Scottish wit. Oh yeah, it was wild being his research assistant for 3 years.
Oh.
That was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. The guy will just tell you what he thinks. He doesn't care if you agree or not. Doesn't care if it offends you or not. He's just right out there.
Is he like the Egyptologist version of Ben Shapiro? In that regard, anyway?
Well, he's the sort of guy, I remember sitting with him. We were at a Tyndale symposium on the Old Testament. And they had invited as their keynote speaker. He invited they invited this liberal from an adjacent Cambridge college, and she was totally documentary hypothesis, late date of the Pentateuch, all that stuff, and he just, at this point, he just said, "I'm not convinced." Everyone's sitting in the audience just thinking it, but he just blurts it out. It's like, ooh.
I hope he backed up why he wasn't convinced. And it's like because otherwise it seems like he's just pulling a Matt Dillahunty. I mean, so was that did he actually back it up?
Oh yeah, he totally ripped her. He just tore her to pieces. And then he goes, look, I mean, that's not the end of it. He goes into this 10-minute tirade of everything she got wrong.
Oh man.
Oh, look at this. Isn't this nice? Falk was rude to Kennedy and now he is cursing. Ooh. I don't think I really cursed, did I?
Yeah, you.
I mean, I did. Use the S word.
Yes.
Okay, but is that cursing?
Kinda.
For an Australian like me, it's water off a duck's back. Trust me, our Aussies are pretty graphic with their language.
Well, in the United States, it's considered cursing, which is where I'm calling in from.
You're from the south.
Someone here is going cursed by Dr. Falk.
Write it on a tablet.
Galileo would approve of that translation.
Write it on a tablet.
Could be.
I'm reminded in Luke 11, verse 45. Well, 44. Jesus is like, "How terrible it will be for you! You are like unmarked graves. People walk on them without realizing it." So then in 45, one of the experts in the law told him, "Teacher, when you say these things, you insult us." And then in verse 46, Jesus, "How terrible it would be for you, experts in the law. You load people with burdens that are hard to carry." So it's just ironic that if you're talking about a Middle Eastern culture, cursing and language and like terse responses, you actually see it in the text that they're basically like, "But you're insulting me. Here's a moment of someone reacting like you're being too harsh with your words." And
yeah.
So
you find this
I'm
sort of.
I'm not giving license to curse or license to swear and so on, but here's an example in the context of the discussion, right? When people go into the so-called purity aspect on how to behave and we have to be like monks or something. It's now you're becoming legalistic and pharisaical in a judgmental attitude.
Yeah. Yeah, and frankly, the Bible uses language too, to be honest. It does use, say, bodily discharges as part of its polemic.
Look how graphic Ezekiel 16 is. I mean, for goodness sake, it's talking about
terribly.
Israel squatting on a phallic object.
Just... Oh yeah, I mean that's really graphic. That's horribly graphic. I mean, you can't even preach that. It's that graphic.
Isaiah uses the concept of menstrual cloth. Pretty graphic.
Yeah.
So just the S word is like, oh wow. Yeah. Anyway, I won't. It sort of triggers me when people, it's just language. It's triggered. There's no ill intent of okay. Am
I a Christian? Let's open this up for community discussion. I do this all the time. I mean, I have been told I am worse than an atheist. The early days have told me this outright. I am worse than an atheist. But am I an atheist?
I almost want to say he's joking because it's like such a
Brick
bad
creation
question.
piss against the wall. Do you know Steven Anderson, the that guy that hosts like the King James and all that?
Oh, oh, the guy who said that homosexuals.
He goes,
supposed
"Blah,
to be
blah,
put
blah,
to
blah,"
death?
and he puts like the knot in the bowl, like this is how it's meant to be in marriage. So he legitimately takes the pissing against the wall phrase in Samuel as like this is what men should do, not realizing that it's an idiom speaking about gender. That's how crazy it is. Yeah.
Can we go back to kitchen stories? Kenneth Kitchen, I mean.
Yeah, sure.
Anyway,
I wanted to ask you. So you were in Liverpool for 3 years when
I was in Liverpool for 3 years.
when you did your PhD.
Yep.
When did
It was the most exciting time of my life.
Sure. What year was it when you finished?
I finished in 2015.
2015. Okay. Wow. Yeah. I still have a chance then. I'm looking at my PhD program too. So.
You have to understand, I went back to graduate school really late in life.
Yeah.
I was working when I went. I mean, I did my bachelor's degree right out of high school. I got my bachelor's degree in philosophy, and then went right into the IT field. Yeah, don't ask how that works, but okay, it happened.
How does it work?
How does it work? I was a hobbyist. I was a computer hobbyist, essentially. So instead of paying attention to my studies, I was actually tinkering with the university's Unix computers. So I was very distracted. I was a very distracted student. So anyway, I got a job in IT. I worked in IT for almost 20 years. And then I was sort of kind of burnt out. But I had joined with this company that had this great employee perk, which is that they would pay for a year of college at the master's level on the condition that I would work one extra year for the company. That sounds pretty good. College tuition is expensive. And, right next door to where I worked was Trinity International University. Talk about a God thing. He moves me to this location that happens to be 3 miles down the road from Ted's, one of the best seminaries around. I asked HR, does it have to be in a secular thing? Can I do this to get my MDiv? And they said, well, there's nothing in the policy against it. Cool. So I started doing my my MDiv at Ted's, and it was, I did 3/4 times because I was doing a 50-hour work week job. That was a tough job. And then the company went out of business. So it was at that point, it was like, okay, they're not going to hold me to my. They can't hold me anymore to my my contract because they're out of business. But then I became a full-time student and just sort of continued on from there. It was, yeah. So I did my MDiv. I did an MA there. Then I went and did another MA at the University of Toronto. And then I did my PhD under Kenneth technically under Steve Collier, but I was the research assistant to Kenneth Kitchen.
You're still kicking in university in 2015.
Mm-hmm. He's still alive now. He's now in a retirement home.
He's 89, 90, somewhere around there.
Yeah, I think he's around 89. I still send him letters from time to time.
So you did your undergraduate in philosophy?
Philosophy. Yep.
Cool.
A little
You
change
didn't
to
go
each
to grad school?
Well, I didn't go to grad school at the time because it just wasn't. I just went right from college to work. It really wasn't. There wasn't much opportunity at that time for me to go to graduate school. At least I didn't see any opportunity at the time, and I was able to get a job quick enough. So I worked in the IT field for 20 years. So after where I was working went out of business, it was just like, yeah, I don't really want to go back to IT that badly. So I just sort of went into the, just threw myself into my studies, got a crap load of student loans that, I'll never be able to pay off. But, it was just something that, I just felt that this was where God was calling me to do. It was just one of those things that I loved the whole. I loved academia once I was in the master's level. I didn't care for it much in the undergrad level. The whole sort of idea of tests didn't. I don't like tests. I hate exams. I'm not really even all that fond of classrooms. But I love writing and I love research. And once I was in the master's level, it's like the higher I got, the more I could pursue writing and research. And that sort of really engaged me. Mm-hmm.
I'm sort of in between. So I'm doing philosophy all the way personally. I'm in between. I finished my master's, hoping to get a PhD. I know the contrast between the undergraduate and the more graduate levels. Undergraduate's kind of a dry, got to plow through somehow. And the MA, and this is just my experience, the MA is like, this is more fun. I get to focus on what I love. So, but since my degrees are in philosophy, I was just curious, like, how you changed your direction. So.
Well, when I was doing my PhD, most of what I did was just writing my dissertation. Okay, that's really the core of a PhD. I loved writing my dissertation. I absolutely was in total bliss writing my dissertation.
That's the European system more than the American system.
Yeah. Well, I had to do some courses in Europe too, but it wasn't as nearly as much as what you would have done in say America.
Yeah.
But the whole idea, I had worked out that I could finish my rough draft in 12 months by writing 317 words a day. Now, some days I was able to write like 1,000 words. So I actually completed my rough draft of my dissertation long before my year, ended. And there were just some days I would just go, oh my gosh, this is the best thing ever. I loved writing my dissertation. And I remember at the end of it, when I had finished the draft and submitted it, I told my wife, man, I loved writing my dissertation. I would do this again in a heartbeat. And then I went through my Viva, my oral exam, and it's like, oh, never again. The writing the dissertation was wonderful. The 2.5 hours grilling that came after it was not fun in the slightest. But yeah, I got
having done a master's.
Yeah, at the end of it though, at the end of my Viva, it was just like, have I passed? I don't know. They really tore it to bits. And then afterwards, one of my examiners was Roland Enmarsh, who's this really important figure in, for example, the Papyrus of Ipperware. That was his big thing. He's a oh my gosh, he's a Chad of Egyptology. I mean, the guy's just, he knows his text really well, inside and out, upside down. And he says to me after this, yeah, you passed. I said, really? And he said, oh yeah, I really enjoyed your dissertation. And I think, you tore to pieces and you enjoyed this? And he goes, oh yeah, I really enjoyed it. You have no idea how many dissertations I have to examine on Ptolemaic tax codes. It's yeah, okay, I get it now. This was something not related to tax codes. And you do find this at sort of the PhD level, is if they really beat the stuffings out of your dissertation, that means they liked it, they respect it, and they were kicking the tires on the car to see how far it would go. It's when you have an easy Viva you should be really concerned, because they don't have confidence that your ideas are going to stand up. It's really funny. It's a real sort of inversion here.
Interesting.
I heard about one person who had a really easy Viva, and then they told her, yeah, you didn't quite make it. You're going to need to do a major revision. See you next year.
That's the worst of the news.
Yeah, that's bad news. That's bad news.
I did all my schooling in Europe, and I'm from Romania. And at the MD level, you're also required to have a major paper, so to speak, about 70 pages. It's nothing like a dissertation, but still.
Mm-hmm.
Some research, and you also have to present it in front of the professors.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same thing as a dissertation, but still they have questions and so on. Something similar.
My master's thesis was 150 pages, which is actually probably, it was way in excess of what I should have done, but I did it anyway.
Well, our requirement was 30,000 words without the footnotes.
Our requirement was 50 pages. But I went 150 because I'm an overachiever.
Yeah, they had a limit for us. They said 30,000 words plus 10%, plus minus 10%.
Yeah, I found out that those limits are not written in stone.
Yeah,
because when I did my PhD dissertation, I had gone right to the 100,000 word limit, and they wanted me to make modifications to the dissertation. I said, well, okay, but I'm already at the limit. I'm already at the 100,000 limit. They go, oh, that's okay. It's not written in stone.
Is that an archaeology pun? I wonder.
So my dissertation ended up being like 105,000 words.
Yeah. That's good. Well, I enjoy your work here in Romania.
Well, thank you.
And you have challenged some of the views I grew up with. And I started on this path a long time ago, and I'm willing to be challenged. At the moment, I don't hold to neither of the views, to be frank, honest.
Fair enough.
Yes, and still going through the arguments, reading. I actually am convinced that it's not a 1446 date. It doesn't work. That I know. So I'm still working on the arguments, and I want to thank you for putting it out so we can study and work through it. Obviously, I don't always agree with you, but on a lot of things regarding late date, I agree with you. And I can see that the arguments I grew up with aren't standing. Not just because I listened to you, because of the research I did, my myself reading and studying, and in the beginning, changing your hermeneutical patterns and all that takes some time to.
Well, that's hard.
It is.
That's very hard.
But once the chains are free, it's a different story. You can do free research and study, and so thank you for all your work, and it's been very helpful for me.
It's my pleasure. And look, I don't expect everyone to agree with me. In fact, I would actually have honest people, provide some feedback. It's like, okay, I don't agree with you. Here's the reasons I don't agree with you. And then we can discuss it. At least then other people will benefit from that conversation. So we on our channel, on our Discord, on all our social media, we've never required people to agree with us. We just want to make it a area where we can talk about this and bring the issues up, and then let people follow their conscience wherever it leads. So I'm really glad you joined us here, because I think that we can have an honest dialogue about this, and really talk about these issues.
Yeah. I myself have a great interest in chronology. I'm a PK, I'm a pastor myself. Got to be in church in about 5 hours, and
ooh, dude.
But I didn't want to lose this opportunity. So,
well, I'm really glad you joined us. It was such a pleasure having you here.
Yeah, and keep up the good work.
Well, thank you.
My interest is very much on the Septuagint and Masoretic text differences.
Mm-hmm.
I worked a lot in college, mostly with the differences in the New Testament, Hebrews, and all that kind of stuff. And then I moved to the Old Testament more with the chronology side of things. And what I can say, there are basically two very different chronologies.
They are.
Yes.
They are. I have done some exploration into the Septuagint, particularly in regards to, say, Genesis 5 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
Less so as far as, say, the books of Kings and Chronicles. But I have looked at the ones in... And frankly, I would tend to lean more to the Septuagint as far as Genesis 5 and 11 are concerned. It doesn't solve all the problems.
No.
And I'll be really straight up. I think one of the mistakes about people who accept the Septuagint chronology is they think that it solves the pyramid problems. Basically that there is a Genesis flood, there's a flood, and by accepting the Septuagint, they think that solves that problem. It doesn't solve the problem, but it does defer it.
So with the Septuagint, it falls around 3,000. The flood falls around 3,000.
That's right in the middle of the Nagata II civilization. And that's an issue.
There are
because
many.
Because there's still constant occupation from Nagata 1 to Nagata 3.
There are many issues with the Neolithic.
Yeah. But I also think, too, that there's also, that we have to read those genealogies are not being read correctly either. And we can go into that another time.
Yeah.
But suffice it to say that I agree more with the Septuagint dates for Genesis 11 and 5 than I do with the Masoretic texts. Nevertheless, it still has problems, and I think we do need to discuss those problems in a more nuanced and expansive way.
The Masoretic numbers don't have internal congruency when you hear them and you break them down. They're not working.
No, they're not working.
No. My question would be, where did you take the view that it refers to clans, the age of a patriarch?
Oh, that comes from the last sort of line of the generations. Okay, now when we look at the whole sort of Old Testament, you do see something that comes up often. Mishkapet. It's the Hebrew word for clan. And you see this all over the place. I mean, it is just, it's rife. It is absolutely rife through the whole entire Old Testament. Now, when you look at, say, the genealogies, the very last verse of those genealogies use honorific transposition. They basically take a younger son and transpose it to the position of the firstborn. So now we've got in a situation here where we've got a honorific. Got another person here. Camel Leopard has just joined us.
Oh, that guy.
So
Whoa.
So now you have to deal with, say, basically sort of people being moved around as far as their chronology. So the chronology is not going to be exact in the respect that the birth of the firstborn may be a second, third, fourth son, etc. Because of that honorific transposition, the most important member is being promoted to that firstborn position and firstborn date. So with that said, when we look at, say, the extension of the extended long lifespans, okay, we do know that Israel is a clan-based society. I mean, there's no question of this. Everyone knows this. And that's because of the Mishkapet. So the question is, how do we relate that clan-based society to, say, extended long ages? The 130 years. The 900 years in Genesis 5. You're going to have to be able to reconcile this somehow to the archaeology that we find of these people. Now, the archaeology has no indication of, say, extended age. Like, we can look, like, for example, say if we were to look at, say, Exodus 6, in the 350 years of the Egyptian sojourn, you've got, say, the lineage of Moses, where there's only 3 generations from basically his ancestor, Kohath, I think he's a Kohath, to Moses,
Yeah.
and each one is like 130 years.
Levi, Kohath, Amram.
Yeah. Okay. Now, there is no indication that those people actually lived to 130. What we have indication of is this is basically an abbreviated chronology. There were actually many generations between here. And this is not the first example of abbreviated genealogies. It happens frequently. So, how do we get from abbreviated genealogies from one extended genealogy of, say, 130 years? It has to be the transmission of a clan. And part of this comes from the fact that we do have the idea in Egyptian, or sorry, in Hebrew tradition, where, let's say, you're somebody's son. Well, if someone calls you a son, you might be a son. You could be a grandson. You'd be a great grandson. All those are sons.
Yes.
At the same way, your father, you say to someone's your father, he might be your father, grandfather, great grandfather. Hebrew is not specific in this regard. So the only way you can plausibly reconcile all this is that you are looking at that as clan structure. And frankly, clan structure is all as ubiquitous as the Levant. Clinton Bailey talks about this in his book. I would highly recommend reading Clinton Bailey's book. It's very, very informative. I mean, it's not perfect. It's not a perfect book. I think some of his biblical exegesis is wrong, but he's got something in there that's really important, which is he's talking about that this culture is clan-based and has clan-based ethics, clan-based laws, and a view of the world which is based upon clans. Tribes don't rule in this society. Clans do.
How would you respond to the idea that the ages of these people or clans systematically decreases after the flood?
Well, the fact is that that's not really a problem, because the further you get in time in a society, certain individuals rise to greater importance faster. We see this in say, for example, among Scottish clans. We have Scottish clans now that are 900 years old. Clan MacDonald is 900 years old. Now we got people, though, that are rising up in prominence in Scotland that are much succeed Clan MacDonald. This is just a sort of an acceleration of society. And every society will go through this, where the more you progress in time, the more it accelerates as far as its notable persons and figures. How much of our history right now? I mean, we look at the history of the past. Compare that to the history of the 20th century. Talk about an action-packed century. 20th century, you look at the shelf of history for 20th century, and it's like shelves and shelves and shelves and shelves. You go to look at the history of the Chalcolithic period, and you got like 5 books. Okay? It's a matter that the more we know, the longer we live, the further we are on the end of the historical telescope, the more expansive history becomes, and thus the shorter the impact of certain groups and families.
Yeah, because you have more information about the present.
Exactly.
You have about the past. That's true. Yeah. One more question I would have is about the crossing of the Red Sea. Are you okay with going into that one?
Sure, I'd be happy going to the Red Sea. Krista Mauis, Dr. Falk debate was awesome, but I think he did a fantastic job showing who was more content, and that Titus Kennedy was talking nonsense, but I think he came off aggressive at times. Well, you know what? I had no choice there. I had no choice of how aggressive I could come off, because Titus determined the schedule. He determined the structure of the debate. This is all structured. Everything about this debate was structured by Titus. I was only responding to what Titus had already structured. So there's little I could do about that. What did you have to say, Camillipard?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was saying it wasn't a question. You were just very passionate about what you're talking about.
Well, it was passion. I think this is an important issue. Very, very important issue. Okay. Yamsuf? Oh. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to say that a big compliment I want to make to you. I think you were incredibly self-controlled in that debate, far more than I expected you would be. So
more than I expected to be.
No. Like I was looking forward to the debate, and like there was tensity, there was some sparks flying. I understand that, but I was expecting to see a brawl on the same degree level as watching Ayn Rand at Attack Sodded, but it wasn't quite that extreme. So I think you did pretty well. So I think you were pretty self-restrained. So congratulations.
I tried. I really tried, and it was not easy. I mean, there was.
You did well.
I mean, I mean, there was times I just wanted to say, can we stop this? Get me a serious interlocutor. I mean, there was times it was just like, what am I debating here? Am I? I mean, I get the. I mean, this is the reason I don't debate, say, people without a PhD. It's because you have to keep feeding them facts to do the debate. I don't expect to keep feeding a PhD with the facts. You sort of expect to have that already under everyone's belt when they come into this. It makes it difficult when you're debating something along these lines to get into the deeper issues. And I was actually surprised that we were able to get into the deeper issues despite that deficit.
So you think it was too short? Because it did feel pretty fast.
Oh, it was really too short, yeah. But Kennedy only wanted to go 90 minutes. Oh, it's not Kennedy, sorry. McDowell.
Yeah. Well, he's got the YouTube channel. He knows his audience better.
Yeah. McDowell had scheduled it for 70 to 80 minutes. 90 minutes was his hard stop. It was his hard stop. So, because he had to run off and teach class. But he wasn't expecting this to go 90 minutes. Now, when we look, compared to Titus Kennedy's agenda, Titus Kennedy had 6 items on his agenda. We only got to item 3. So we only got halfway through what he wanted to cover.
Well, I don't hold to the early view, but I think I could have done a little better job than he did. Sorry to say that. But I do know the arguments. I basically was seeing Stripling's arguments in the 5 views of the Exodus as he was unfolding them.
Yeah.
Bit by bit. He was very...
a lot of the arguments, I mean, as I pointed out earlier, there is a sort of progression that these arguments go through. You don't just see them once, you see them repeatedly. They form patterns. And the discourse here has often formed the same pattern over and over and over again. So a lot of them will take the same methodology when sort of laying out the pattern. Like as I said, 1 Kings 6:1, Judges 11, 1 Chronicles 6, and then say Acts 13, and then the Seder Elom Rabbah. That's almost to a fault. That's what it is.
Yeah.
And then they might go into archaeology. And that's where they sort of get into, that's sort of where they sort of walk into the reeds here, walk into the forest and get lost. Because they don't have a good command of the archaeology.
That's one problem. Another thing I'm worried about is, for example, ABR is digging at sites as Etel AI.
Etel Maktir.
Or Maktir, the new location. And even if they dig something, let's say good, the problem is trustworthiness, because they won't be believed because of their reputation. So even if they find something great, let's say, there's a problem with their credibility.
That's a problem with the credibility that they have well earned, unfortunately. Here's the problem with ABR, is they are so incredibly biased towards an early date that they will manipulate the data to get that result.
Yeah, I agree.
In the case of Telemakir, they were not happy with 8tel as the site of I. So they started to look for sites that fit their conclusion. That's a terrible approach to take towards any archaeological site. Terrible approach. You don't want to do that as an archaeologist. You want to dig a site and let the site inform you, not the other way around. And this has been their approach at all their sites. Now, the other problem with ABR is that they basically loan themselves out to digs as cheap diggers. There's a financial incentive here where they sort of loan themselves out to other archaeological excavations, which may not necessarily agree with their view, but they need people. They need people, and they need money. And ABR can provide that. But it comes with that price of ABR taking those findings and twisting them. That's why Adam Zertel used them at Ebel. Adam Zertel did not have the money. He did not have the diggers. But ABR did. And this is why the people who ran Zertel's dig and ABR are at constant odds with each other. They neither side agrees on this. I mean, they're totally, hammer and tongs disagreement.
But I would say that's what came out was, it's still usable research. What Zertel doing the work, and people trust his work. So I find it okay as long as the archaeologist doing the digs, doing the paperwork, and all that is somebody that is trusted in the academic community.
Yeah, here's the problem: is yes, while the people who are running the dig, know enough about ABR to basically say, yeah, we can't trust anything ABR does. They are good. ABR provides good diggers. Their people are very, very seasoned field archaeologists. They know how to dig. They know how to do they know how to lay out a grid. They know how to excavate properly. They know how to record data responsibly. The problem is going to come in the interpretation of that data.
Yeah.
And this is the problem at, say, for example, Telemaktir.
Yeah.
They're really, really good at digging there. They are incredibly irresponsible with the interpretation.
Yeah.
In fact, there's very little about Telemaktir that looks like it corresponds to I. But they're going to make it work.
Can I ask something about that? I've seen Stripling online give several lectures about that site. One of the things that, and I'm not an archaeologist, I'm not an expert, but one of the things that kind of raises a red flag to me, and I want to know if you know something about this, Dr. Falk, is that I noticed that there's an omission of anything like a radiocarbon date from them of that site. Like, I know they want to describe pottery dating to like a late date, an early date conquest, all that. But I never hear anything about a report on radiocarbon, which they're claiming that site was burned. And I don't know if you have any insight on that, or
okay,
it's just an omission that I notice. That's kind of a red flag for me.
I do have some issues with radiocarbon dating in the Levant. Okay, we do know that radiocarbon dating in the Levant is prone to make dates a lot older in certain circumstances. We don't know exactly why. Like, for example, for the Late Bronze Age, dates tend to be about 100 years older than we would expect For the Middle Bronze, 150 years older, and for the Iron Age, about 75 years older. We don't know why this happens in the Levant and Egypt, but it does. Okay? So, with that said, we can't take, I'll grant that carbon-14 dating, dendrochronology dating is very, very accurate in, say, northern hemispheres. Very accurate there. It's not so accurate in the Middle East. Now, guys like Stripling are not going to use carbon-14 because they do want that early Exodus date. And they know that any sample that they supply is going to come out 100 years older than they want. So it doesn't help them any. The thing I think that we have to take away with carbon-14 in the ancient Near East is that it's relative. It'll give you great relative datings.
Yeah.
You've got two samples from different stratigraphic layers. You date one, it'll give you a great relative date to the other. Fantastic. That's helpful. That's useful data. It won't give you absolute. And you can't take it as absolute. But even a relative dating sometimes is better than nothing. So I think it's carbon-14 and dendrochronology dating is really useful for some things, but it won't get ABR where it wants to go.
And radiocarbon dating won't solve the early-late date discussion because the margins are too big.
Yeah. We just had a super chat here from Sean Horton for $20. What do you suggest someone do if they accidentally bought Titus Kennedy's Unearthing the Bible? I don't have a wobbly table here. Haven't read it yet. Oh, probably makes good kindling. I've read Titus's book. I don't think it's very good. It's got some great pictures. Enjoy the pictures. The pictures are great. The commentary, I would say that the commentary on his book is very substandard. It doesn't give you a lot of historical context. His book is really one page, one picture, one page. I don't think that's really very deep insight. That's my biggest criticism of his book, is that the insight is really, really shallow. Huh?
One picture is more than 1,000 words, so.
I suppose so. But 1,000 words is 4 pages, right?
Well, there you have it. 4 pages in one.
Look, I don't think his book is very good. The pictures are nice. Yeah, sure. I think the pictures are great. I just don't think the book is good, and the commentary is really substandard. So apart from that, I would just say, if you like the pictures, keep it on a shelf. If not, give it to someone you don't like. Okay. Okay. So I can't say much more about it than that. But thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
I had a question that you might have already gone over. I came in a bit late to the after party, but
sure.
What are Dr. Kennedy's credentials exactly? Is he fit to be talking about this topic at all?
He has more digs than Dr. David Falk.
So,
well, that would go without saying because I'm a historian, not a field archaeologist.
That was his biggest argument.
Yeah, that was his biggest argument. Well, here's one of the things too with field archaeology versus historians anyway. If a field archaeologist does something and files a report, many times it doesn't stand the scrutiny of later historians. And this is like, take for example, say the early alphabetic inscriptions. Okay. Early alphabetic inscriptions are notorious for this. The original excavator will publish the findings of an early alphabetic inscription that they find, and then later historians will come along and go, well, no, this is the right interpretation, or this is the right inscription, or this is the right, and 10 peer-reviewed publications down the road, you get consensus. Very rarely does the field archaeology get it right of the first crack. This is part of the process of peer review. Is that you've got the field archaeologists doing the dig, and then you get the historians doing the analysis. So this is normal. This is common. So, I've done more digs than you. It's like, whatever. Whatever. Your say is not going to be the final say. Just, it ain't. Yeah. Getting to his credentials. I don't know his pre-PhD credentials off the top of my head. I know he did his PhD at the University of South Africa. Now, I'm going to say this about the University of South Africa. You SOBs still haven't paid me for the last work I did for you. I have been a PhD examiner at the University of South Africa. Okay? They hired me to examine a PhD dissertation, which I flunked because it was substandard. And I still haven't been paid for that job. But I've also noticed, too, that there are some substandard PhDs coming out of the University of South Africa. Now, I have read Titus Kennedy's PhD dissertation. The University of South Africa is fully accredited. However, I'm of the opinion that it's not the best university on the planet. With that said, his qualifications are credentialed. They are bona fide. I just don't think they're all that good. I don't think his training was all that good. Now, there is a difference between being credentialed and being trained. You can be fully credentialed and not well trained. You can be well trained and not fully credentialed. They're mutually exclusive. I think that Titus Kennedy is fully credentialed, but not well trained.
Yeah, it showed up in his blunders tonight.
Sure did. Eek. But yes.
Is there any need to release the Falk cut?
Well, I don't think there's going to be a need to release the Falk cut.
All right.
Okay. We did look through it very, very carefully to make sure that nothing that was particularly damning got cut out. And from the looks of it, Sean McDowell preserved all the, let's just say, the most embarrassing bits. In fact, in some ways, his cut made it a little worse.
Really?
Yeah.
I'd love to see that cut then.
Aren't you mean?
Can you give an example?
Well, there were times along the way that Titus will go, yeah, you cut out there, it froze for a moment. and he stares into the camera, not saying anything. And McDowell cut out it froze there. So he just ends up staring into the camera and then going on to the next subject. So it actually made it slightly worse. It was still bad. Okay, don't get me wrong. With the uncut, it doesn't help Titus any. But the uncut version has kind of made it a little more understandable. The cut version doesn't make it understandable in the slightest. Titus does need to improve his internet, his laptop, his audio, and his visual. It's just, the whole idea that he did this off of a laptop is just made matters a whole lot worse.
Well, to be honest, you made improvements on that in the past 2 years too.
Oh yeah, I did too. I mean, you have to understand when I started off doing these videos, it was embarrassing. I mean, his face. What I started off with was completely embarrassing. I had a little, one of those eyeball cameras for Windows 95. Yes, yeah, that's true. My light situation was a broken Hummel lamp that I inherited from my aunt. And I was using actually, I didn't have an eyeball camera. I had a Nikon camera that I had jury rigged for this. Oh boy, it was so bad. My green screen was 4 sheets of craft paper that I picked up from the dollar store and taped together. I mean, it was awful. But then again, too, I was unemployed. I mean, that was my situation when I started off. I had no money. I was going, COVID-19 has made me unemployed, no income, and a lot of time on my hands. What am I going to do? Let's start a YouTube channel. Yeah, so that's how we really started this channel. Is that, it was just one of those things where it was just, I had time, I had no money, and what am I going to do with myself under a forced quarantine?
Yeah.
So that we were not planning. Oh, this is a sore point right here. Yeah. Titus Kennedy is also an adjunct professor at Shepherd Theological Seminary. Let me tell you a bit about Shepherd. Oh, boy. This was the president of the seminary that unfriended me because of my views. I would have been in Titus Kennedy's position here if I had, say, gone full creationist, full young earth creationist, and I didn't. So, because of my views, I was rejected for that position at Shepherd, which Titus Kennedy sort of slipped into. So, let me put this way. A lot of the dubious members of ABR have taught at Shepherd. Douglas Petrovich taught at Shepherd Theological Seminary. And apparently it was a complete disaster. his contract was not renewed at Shepherd's.
So how is it a
Shepherd's-
disaster?
Well, let's just say Petrovich doesn't always focus on the subject matter. He tends to go off into sort of pastoral teaching, which is completely off topic to what the subject is. Yeah, it is bad all around. And this has been a constant pattern with Petrovich, where he just goes from school to school teaching, and people think they're getting a prize here, and they're getting a turkey instead. Petrovich has taught at Western Ontario Seminary, then he goes to Shepherd Theological Seminary, and then he goes to the Bible Seminary, and now I think he's at Bethany. I think, can't remember. He had a falling out with ABR at the Bible Seminary, and he had to move on. I mean, a big falling out. A falling out so big that he's sort of now estranged to ABR. It's very strange. But, yeah. Yeah, Titus Kennedy filled the role that I would have had if I had sort of, drank the Kool-Aid. And I didn't drink the Kool-Aid.
Douglas is at Brooks Bible College.
Yeah, Brooks. That's Brooks. Sorry. Yeah. So, and Brooks will discover too exactly what sort of teaching he does. We got reviews from Western Ontario Seminary Western Ontario University, that all Petrovich does is takes half his class time to talk about material, half his class time sermonizing to the students. Now, that's not a good use of class time. You're paid as a teacher to talk about the material, to teach the material, and to really help the students learn the material, not to give them life philosophy.
We should go on to Rate My Professor and see what his reviews are like.
You won't find it. Already been there.
Well, he's preparing for the debate.
Petrovich had his Rate My Professors pulled.
Like, it's no longer on there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
You can find me on Rate My Professor.
Oh, I wonder what those reviews will be like.
Please have a look.
See.
And while you look, I'm going to take a little break here.
So we have some time zones covered. What time is it in Australia, Rob? He's not hearing.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay. How to get more popcorn?
I forgot to pick some up.
Disagrees with the textbooks. Absolutely.
Are you willing to talk a little about the
One
Reed
of the
Sea
review-
crossing?
Sure.
Well, the reviewers said that you were hard.
Yeah.
Why have to be so hard, Dr. Falk? Why just go easy on him.
Give you an easy A nod chance.
Oh, also, hang on.
The hard ones are the best professors. You don't like it when you go through school, but years pass and you see that what they did was good.
The rating distribution on there, it says it's at a 4, which is great, but why isn't it at a 5, which is awesome? Why is that, Dr. Falk?
Because I don't give easy A's.
All right. Or remind me never to take you as a professor.
Consider yourself reminded. I mean, I'm a tough as nails professor. I mean, I make no apology for that.
Yeah.
I expect you to take your notes. I expect you to learn. I'm not gonna give you some cheat sheet with the answers to the exam. I mean, come on, really? I mean, I've had students ask that. It's like, aren't you going to give us like a test guide? No. Yeah, that's what notes are for.
That was my church history professor. He wouldn't give us anything. He said, you have 12 courses, you learn them all, and we only got one. If you know that one, that was it. I was asking about the Reed Sea crossing.
Okay, yeah.
So you place it at Bala Lakes, as many do, somewhere around there.
In the estuary of the Pelusiac. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I personally agree with that. The text is there, you know, it's pretty close to Egypt. They're not going sort of out of Egypt. But my question is with the location of the mountain. It's pretty
Which mountain?
With Mount Sinai in the peninsula.
Okay.
It's pretty close to Serabit el-Qadam and to Wadi Fayran, which were Egyptian sites.
Yeah.
So doesn't that pose a problem? One, with Moses going that close to Egyptian sites, if he went shepherding. Now, I know the arguments with the Shasu going into the peninsula and all of that. But this guy, Moses, he was basically fleeing for his life. So he didn't go anywhere close to the Egyptians to risk his life. He wasn't just a Shasu shepherding his flocks wherever he wanted. He wanted to stay as much as he could away from the Egyptians.
Sure. Are you asking why did Moses choose a site so close to an Egyptian occupied site?
I mean, he didn't choose it per se, but he went there with his sheep to... I know the argument with the grass and the savannah and all of that, but still the proximity to the Egyptian sites is quite dangerous for his life.
It isn't. And here's the reason why it isn't. Serabit el-Qadam was only seasonally occupied. It's not. It was not. It was never occupied year round, and that's because the heat there was unbearable. Okay, so during the summer month, it was not occupied by Egyptians. They only sent people out during the winter. So essentially, during the months of say September to maybe January, that was the season when Serbia Al-Qadim was occupied for the purposes of, say, mining operations. The exodus takes place in March or April. So there's no Egyptians there at Serbia Al-Qadim at the time when the exodus takes place.
Yes, but they stay at the mountain for over a year.
An entire year. They're not sending a garrison out to Serbia Al-Qadim. They're only sending a mining operation at most. By the time they send out that mining operation, the Israelites are settled inside the middle of Sinai. They are basically separated by the mountain range of Sinai. There's no interaction between them.
Well, they could have given information on, their positions and whatever they were doing.
Maybe, but why would the Egyptians have bothered going into the mid-Sinai? They're interested in turquoise. They're interested in copper ore. That's why they're at Serbia Al-Qadim.
Those were very important to them. With the Egyptians, they could have tried to do something. I don't know, for whatever reason they had to.
Why go further afield when you're there just to get ore?
I mean,
that's all the Egyptians are interested in at Serbia Al-Qadim is turquoise and ore. That's it. It's a mining operation.
Yes, but the Israelites could pose a threat to their important mines. Copper. How? They could steal their copper, their turquoise, and all that.
But did they?
I'm not saying they did, but they could perceive them as a threat.
If they go further into the Sinai and discover they're there. But they would have to go further into the Sinai and discover that they're there to do that.
Yeah. No, these would be my.
All Israel would have to do to remain undetected in Sinai is just stick by the open plain in the Wadi Faran. That's all they have to do. And they can be undiscovered. Why sort of bait the Egyptians here?
Yeah.
They don't have to do that. And they don't.
If I were the Egyptians, I would perceive them as a threat. Copper was very important to them. They were importing it from Elisha, whatever the name is, from Cyprus, and it was essential for their tradesmith and all that.
Well, their most important source of copper was actually not Serbia Al-Qadim, although it is an important source. The most important source of copper was actually from Punt.
Yeah.
That's the most important source of copper. Punt was actually had the purest copper. It had gold. It had a lot of what they do, and a lot of the trade relationships that Egypt had was based upon their trade circle with Punt, which basically just disintegrates in the 20th dynasty. But at the time we're talking about here, that trade relationship is still happening. So Serbia Al-Qadim is an important source of copper, but it's not the most important source of copper.
Yeah, and it was their only source of turquoise, right?
It is an important source of turquoise for them.
Wasn't it the only? mine they had?
As I said, it's an important source of turquoise, but you know, it is an ornamental stone. Turquoise is a copper ore. At Cerbi del Cottum, they're mining for two things at Cerbi del Cottum: turquoise and copper ore. And we know from the slag heaps at Cerbi del Cottum, they are processing a lot of that copper ore to make metallic copper.
Yeah, it's a matter of interpreting the threat if it's there or not. And
Yeah, I don't think that there was any sort of interaction between Cerbi del Cottum when it was occupied by the Egyptians and the Israelites when they're already deep into the Wadi Firan.
Yeah, I don't think you can prove it in a way or the other. It's subjective.
Well, okay.
With Moses.
Even if we couldn't prove it, wouldn't we have some sort of military interaction if there had been?
Sorry, can you say that again?
Okay, even if we can't prove it, would you think that the Israelites would have recorded some sort of military interaction between the Egyptians and their flight out of Egypt? If there had been?
If there had been, yes, they would have recorded it.
Okay. So the burden of proof is then on, well, showing that there was some sort of conflict.
Or the other idea is that this exact mountain, Mount Sinai, is not in the peninsula, is not the actual one.
Where would it be?
I'm not saying it's in a certain place, but I'm saying that it's one of
Oh, no. Don't go there. Don't retreat into it's not in a certain place. Okay. Nice try. Because we do have certain information that tells us it's at least its general proximity. Which is it is after the crossing of the Red Sea and after the Rephidim, but it is also west of the wilderness of Midian. So for the geographic information tells us that it is in the Sinai Peninsula. So you are confined at that point to the Sinai Peninsula as far as the location of Mount Sinai, at least from the biblical.
Exodus 3:1, the word for west is interpretable. The Septuagint translates it as wilderness.
Oh, be careful with the Septuagint here because it is a translation.
I know.
Or the Hebrew.
Okay, but even in Hebrew, the word, some interpret it as the Septuagint does.
Yeah, but I would not interpret it as the Septuagint. I would interpret it in accordance to the Hebrew. We have to be really, really careful here that you do not go into places where interpretation supersedes the original text.
Okay, I agree with that.
We just got a super chat here from NA Odessa for $10 New Zealand. Thank you very much for super chat. Very much appreciate it. Nice debate. It was an interesting watch. You said we're in for part 2. It doesn't seem likely to happen. I agree. I don't think it's likely to happen. But I wanted to put it out there that, hey, I was game again. That I wasn't intimidated by Titus Kennedy. I'd be more than happy to do this a second time.
Ron
So
Handel.
that's why I did that.
Ron Handel next time.
Yeah, I'd be in for Ron Handel too. I'd love to take a crack at Ron Handel. I'm not afraid of Ron Handel. I just won't do it on Myth Division.
Yeah. All I was saying before, I'm just entertaining all the possibilities out there. Now, I think it's clear that the crossing is somewhere close to Egypt, and the fact that these crazy guys like Ryan Wyatt place it in the crossing in the Gulf of Aqaba doesn't even fit with the biblical information we have.
No, it doesn't.
It's 3-4 days. Jews, rabbis placed it at max 7 days. Let's say even 7 days, but all the way to the Gulf of Aqaba is more than 7 days. So all the names plus all the names, Hoffmeyer does a good job placing them in Egypt. So the crossing has to be there without a doubt. But I'm entertaining all the possibilities for the location of the mountain, as I personally find it too far for Moses and consider it dangerous for him to travel this long. I know you tried to answer that. You do have the argument with the wilderness or the west, but we don't know the exact location of where Moses was living with his father-in-law.
No, we don't have. Look, here's the thing. We don't have precise geographical information for Mount Sinai. We've got a rough approximation.
Yeah.
That's the best we can do.
Yeah.
Now, within the Sinai Peninsula, there are probably, I think, 12 candidates for Mount Sinai. Jebel, St. Catherine's is just one of the 12 candidates.
Jebel Musa.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of possibilities where Mount Sinai can be. We do know it has to be between the wilderness of Zin, basically the wilderness of Pithom. Oh, we know roughly where that is. And the western side of Midian. And we know roughly where that is, which is the eastern part of the Sinai. The eastern part of the Sinai. So it has to be between there somewhere. We don't know exactly where. But so that does sort of limit it to the Sinai Peninsula. After that, we don't know.
Yeah. Well, thank you for all the information. I gotta go to bed.
You sleep?
Yeah, I try to sleep.
Well, it was a great pleasure having you here tonight.
My pleasure. Sorry if I talked any nonsense. I put it on the late hour. It's 6 a.m. here.
Hey, look, you didn't talk any nonsense. You asked some really great questions. You pushed back. Fair enough. We're all about pushback here. We're all about kicking the tires on the car. And we don't necessarily agree, but hey, at least we're thinking about this. And if we think about this, we might come to the right conclusion down the road.
I'm not bought on any of the sites either, so I'm just working through processing all the data.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point I'm at.
I get it. You're working this through, and we're all working this through.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
I'm having a review coming on my channel next week of your book, and I'll give you a link. And I would ask you if you want to talk more about your book. I have many questions I wanted to get answered about the Ark of the Covenant. I don't know. We'll talk about it maybe.
Sure, I'd be happy to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And of course, we know your reviews. You're just gonna say how terrible his book is, right?
He's gonna rip it apart.
Not true. Not true. I was telling him in the live. My 7-year-old loved it. So.
It's the
So
worst.
your
book
7-year-old is
you've
gonna
ever
rip it apart.
I'm trying to get him into Egyptology. Bought him some books appropriate for his age, and I told him about you, and he knows who you are, and so on. And trying to teach him here and there.
You do realize he's going to become an Egyptologist now, right? You've doomed him.
No, I enjoy the books. I actually agree with your conclusions on the limit you put based on the characteristics of the Ark of the Covenant. And I think you can actually push it even closer to the Merneptah Stele. So that makes it closer to an interval of about 180 years.
Yeah, but I have to be conservative with my conclusions.
I agree. I know some don't accept the Merneptah Stele. There are very few. I was reading them in the 5 views on the Exodus site. Disagree with them, but yeah, there's some out there. Okay, have a good night.
Awesome. You too. You have a great night. And then there were 4.
You mean the 4 powers in heaven?
Or Sith Lords. I was told that this would be a meeting of the Sith Lords.
Word. I'll wear all leather. Be a little bit.
Well, you're all wearing black, and I have on the blue shirt, so I don't think I qualify.
By the way, I rewatched your last night. You mentioned about the junk. What's it called? The junk spiritual food. Spiritual. Junk food?
Spiritual junk food. My Q&A last night.
Yeah, and then you spoke about there's a video that you uploaded on. It's connected to Cameron, and it's connected to.
The 7 Deadly Sins of YouTube Apologists.
Yeah. I noticed that your top videos actually are engaging with critical scholars, like the Bowen videos, the Kip Davis ones. The Michael Jones one is still up there. Like, I think the second most viewed.
Yeah, that's bizarre how that sort of has persisted.
Yeah. But I rewatched the one with Kip Davis, the clown one, and specifically the bit where like you bring up my super chats to Derek about that Psalm 97.
Yeah, I just
that was hilarious.
I just watched like the live stream that you guys did and responding to Kip Davis and Dr. Oz, and holy crap! I mean, like the stuff if they were doing, like, I would expect this from like a pop up level atheist, but not a scholar like Davis.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the thing is, I actually, like, after watching that, because it's been 9 months since that happened, and yeah, sparks were flying, because I wasn't offended, but I was taken aback by his comment that he called me, like, officially, he labeled me the Deepak Chopra of apologetics, and I'm just so that, if you remember, David, that's at the start of that stream. I asked him, I sent a super chat, do you really think I'm a Deepak Chopra? And he apologized, but at the same time, he's just like, for what I hear, you know, it sounds pretty out there. And I'm just like, okay, fair enough. That's his opinion. And then someone raised a comment about the so-called evolution from polytheism to monotheism then he used Psalm 97 as evidence for that, supposedly, that because the word Elohim appears there. And he reads in that a polytheistic reading. So then I asked, okay, but hang on, Angeloi is mentioned in the the Septuagint translator took Elohim there and made it angel. So how is that an evolution when the Septuagint translator is seeing in that word Elohim to be what Heiser would call the divine council members? It's not that Yahweh is one of the Elohim subordinate to El. And so then, just as David Falk was taken aback by his response, so was I, even in the moment where he goes to like Deuteronomy 32, and then he reads verse 7 of Deuteronomy 32. That's not even verse 8 of Deuteronomy 32. It's to do with like the fathers will teach you about the days gone by. And I'm just like, man, where is he going with this? Like, and then when I clarified, yeah, when I clarified at Psalm 97, he then said that, here's again the presupposition. Here's evidence that the Jewish scribe, the Septuagint guy, was presupposing it's angel, not realizing that. In other words, he's a monotheistic Jew, trying to introduce a monotheistic interpretation of the passage. But again, he has no evidence for that. He has no proof of that. And so, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, this is why I always ask when people ask me about a verse in passage in Scripture. Give me the book of the Bible, give me the chapter, give me verse. Because if you presume to know, you're mind reading whoever's asking the question. You're going to end up in trouble that way. Kip did not understand that. He maybe asked the person maybe asking a question that may not relate to the verse you're thinking he's thinking of. So it was risky. That was a risky move on his behalf, and it didn't turn out well.
Now, it's just that I'm seeing these videos, like the popular ones, if you click, because YouTube's changed its formats, if you click on the most popular, those videos have actually aged very well. Like generally speaking, when you rewatch them, for example, last night when I rewatched some of those clips, I'm thinking, wow, there are things that I didn't pick up on initially that I like. In hindsight now of, say, the last 9 months of further research and study, there's even more things to learn. So yeah, I just recommend everyone just go rewatch all the videos again. And
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that's came up in those videos was I'm sorry if this is getting like too off topic, but they talked about they were saying you weren't a biblical scholar, and like that one video I know you said you did describe yourself as a biblical scholar, but then I remember or in the interview you did on Capturing Christianity, you said you weren't a biblical scholar. So what's going on there?
Okay. What's going on there is that I have graduate level training in biblical scholarship. Okay. My whole background is that I have my PhD in Egyptology. But I have 3 master's degrees. I've got a Master of Arts in Near Middle Eastern Civilizations, a Master of Arts in Near Eastern and Biblical Languages.
Okay.
And I have a Master of Divinity. So I have done tons of work in biblical scholarship. But I also have this sort of core training in Egyptology. So when we talk about, what do you do when you have specialization in one field and want to pick up specialization in another? Most people don't do 2 PhDs. Typically, what you generally do if you want to pick multiple specializations is you do your PhD in one field. And then you pick up multiple masters along the way to gain that expertise in other fields. That's typically how it works.
Okay, so would you, to sum it all up, would you say that you're a biblical scholar in the sense that you've done plenty of work in that area and you have like master's degrees in that area, but you're not a biblical scholar in the sense that your PhD is not technically in biblical studies? Is that an accurate way of summarizing it?
No. What I would say is that my primary focus is in Egyptology, but I have done sufficient work in, say, the book of Exodus to be a biblical scholar in the field of the Pentateuch. Okay. I know the Pentateuch inside out, upside down. I know my Pentateuch really well.
All right. Okay. So, like, you're a biblical scholar in the sense that, like, in that sense, but like, you're primarily
most biblical scholars specialize in one area. Okay, most biblical scholars are specialists. We're all specialists. Okay? None of us are generalists. And we have to keep that in mind that we're talking about the divide between generalist and specialist. We're all, all Old Testament biblical scholars are going to be specialized in one area. That's Pentateuch. Some go, say, to Genesis or Exodus or whatever. Some will specialize in, say, Ezekiel, Daniel, Second Temple literature. Every biblical scholar is going to be specialized in one area. Now, in my particular case, I'm specialized in Exodus and Egyptology.
Okay.
So it's really going to depend upon what we're talking about as far as specialization.
Hello.
Hi, Swissy.
Oh, hey, Dr. Falk.
There he
This
is.
is my first time using StreamYard, so I'm kind of new around here.
Welcome.
So, what you guys been talking about lately?
Stop.
Exodus and debate.
Oh, yes. Oh, that happened? That's pretty cool.
You didn't watch it?
I had a busy day today. High school stuff. It's busy. I've had to do reports and stuff.
Shame on you.
Oh, dude, watch the debate. Dude, watch the debate, man. It's just, that was a dumpster fire.
Yipes. Well, if it makes you feel better, I've been working on a report for my school about an essay about the existence of God.
Cool.
Yep. Also, you're not still mad about what happened between you and Kip, right? About my question.
What?
You're not
Kip?
still. Yeah, remember Kip Davis about the question I posted about Deuteronomy 30?
Oh yeah, Kip. Who's he?
Yeah. Like seriously, I entered a apologetics Discord chat, and once when I said I'm Swift C, literally an hour later they said, "Oh, you're that guy that started the controversy between Falk and Kip Davis." I'm all like, "Yeah, it's me."
Kip has gone underground entirely since that clown video.
I hope he's doing okay. Seems like a smart guy.
He's eating himself alive.
Mm. Yep.
No, he's still bitter. He's still himself, and you can't do anything about that.
Oh, true. I guess all we can do is just pray for him,
Sure.
Yep.
I would recommend that. That's a good approach. Pray for him.
Yep.
But yeah, he's decided to move on.
Yep. That's good if he's moved on.
Have you moved on though?
Me?
Yes.
Me or Swissy?
Both of you.
I think
Yeah, I don't really care about Kip one way or the other.
I still think it's kind of funny.
Wait, Swift C, I recognize your name. I think during my Q&As.
Yes, I think you
Yeah.
made me the moderator, I believe.
Okay, sweet. Wait, are you behind the control? I didn't know this.
Behind the what?
Yeah, he was.
He's
Yeah,
responsible.
how?
Accidentally.
Like, did you send a super chat or something? Like what?
I'll leave Swissy to explain this.
This is interesting.
Yipes.
You don't need to, by the way. It's like
Explain what?
water on the. No, I didn't know. To be honest, I didn't know how the whole thing started to begin with. So, and now it's sort of like what?
The thing between Kip Davis or something?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
And Falk, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I mean, the Deuteronomy 32 question with Yahweh and El, it's something that had been bugging me for a while. Like the arguments by Heiser and Mark Smith. I just thought, you know what? I'm just gonna ask this question on the Q&A, and then one thing led to another. Bada bing, bada boom. Lots of
Right. Was it on
fighting
Derek's channel
happened.
that you asked the question, or was it?
No, it was on Falk's the Q&A.
Wait, which
It was
means
one of the
Kip
live
Davis was
streams.
watching your Q&A, David. That's the only explanation, like for him to be aware of what you were saying.
I'm confused now.
Kip
in other
selected
words,
that
how
particular
did-
Q&A.
Yeah, but how did Kip? If you're saying you sent that question to David, then how
Okay,
did
here's sort of the whole story.
Okay.
I had critiqued Josh Bowen on his interview on Myth Vision, where Josh Bowen goes after, not just biblical archaeologists, but Hoffmeyer, Kitchen, etc. So, I mean, I just laid into him on that. And then sort of a week later, we have this Q&A on my channel where Swiftsy talks about Deuteronomy 32. And Kip and company take this opportunity to critique my Q&A on my answer on the Q&A. So that was sort of the whole backstory there.
And that's how I
I
became
see,
infamous
okay.
in the apologetic and counter-apologetic community. Teehee.
Right, I see. So in other words, you, by critiquing Bowen, they got a little bit butthurt. So then
Exactly.
they kept a close eye on your further Q&As, and then when Swiftsy asked that question about that polytheistic evolution, so to speak, of, from polytheism to monotheism, that then to have a go at you, that's how it started. I see. So
Exactly.
right. So Swiftsy, don't beat yourself up. it's just one of those. They're keeping an eye on David, and yeah.
Yeah,
Of course,
I mean,
there was that live stream with Dr. Oz as well. You know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's on me, and I'm proud to admit that. So.
Yikes, Oz has a mouth on him.
Oh boy, does he have a mouth.
I approached David. I was like, look, they're gonna like, for some reason they just have it in for David, so they're gonna do the stream, and it was literally in the moment, like, hey, do you want to do something wild? We can stream simultaneous to their stream, and David was like, you know what? Let's do it. you had stuff to do. You had plans, and then you dropped.
I was really busy that day. It was just like this couldn't have come at a worse time.
Yeah, but it turned out great.
It did.
It
turned out incredibly well. Yeah, especially when Oz came on your channel.
That's my point. It's like when he came on, that was
I
icing
love
on the cake. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was so cool.
He just, I love when he just has called all of your peer-reviewed work BS without bothering to justify it. Well, without justifying it. Like, all your work just bullshit, you know?
Yeah.
He could barely string a coherent sentence together, from what I recall. I remember watching that at the end. I was...
And what made it? I mean, again, this is no ill will or like a jab at Bowen, but he didn't even make it. Like, it was meant to be him, Kip, then some other Canadian dude, and Oz. But yeah, it was a no-show for a lot of them.
You don't mean the Canadian atheist, right? Or Friction?
I heard
Well, it's supposed to be Mr. Mustache too.
Some other dude who's like I think like an archaeologist or something. But
I mean, Mr. Mustache was supposed to be on there, and I mean, frankly, he's turned out to be a pedophile of. Ooh. Yeah, he's gone to ground now.
Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Oh wait, where are my manners? Hello to the panel. How you guys doing today?
Hey, St. Roman.
Hey,
what's going on?
It's okay. I didn't introduce myself when I entered the chat either.
Same here.
I didn't even say where I was calling in and from. I'm Palm City, Florida. Or
Vancouver, Canada.
Southeast corner of the world.
Philippines?
Yep. You guessed
cool.
it.
Wow, I'm even more south to you, directly under you.
Just came from church. Don't know.
Oh, nice. Still Saturday here, so I'm not in church yet.
Don't worry, I'm not here to be talking about musical abilities or cage fights. None of that at all.
Hey, the only cage fights we entertain here is Bach versus anyone.
Bach versus any musician.
Any musician. Cage fight right there.
Yeah, you guys were talking about like old opponents like Oz or Kip Davis. Somebody about Josh Bowen too. And I guess Christo Maoist over here says that he probably sent that to Myth Vision just to see some drama, or I don't know, maybe that certain someone just doesn't like your guts. I mean, why would he send it to
Everyone hates me. Everyone hates me.
Oh,
yeah. The atheists hate me. The early agers hate me. Everyone hates me. I'm the most hated
Not
person in
enough.
Christianity.
But that again, that's further hypocrisy because when you critiqued IP, IP's Exodus video, they had it in for IP just because he's doing really well, YouTube wise, and he is. I mean, Bone and Kip had that. They have it in for him as far as apparently IP is not careful in reading the scholarly literature, blah blah blah, and then I was also sort of like drawn in as well into that
when
mix.
I critiqued IP, I was the most hated person on YouTube for 2 weeks. Oh my gosh!
But
I lost subscribers for 2 weeks.
Oh my!
No,
I mean, my subscriber rate went down for 2 whole weeks during that whole IP thing. That's amazing.
And the
Wow.
worst thing is,
but just to clarify, you were loved by Bone and Kip and the
this is
80s
what I was about to
community.
say.
Oh yeah,
So they were using you like, oh, look at this professional Egyptologist and ironically a Christian critiquing.
Right.
So they for them you were ammunition to really like come on IP really hard.
They don't
then-
really love Dr. Falk. They don't really like Dr. Falk. Let's just say, hey, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of case. But then when you started going after Kip Davis, all right, now we hate you. We don't like you anymore.
Yeah, exactly. that's what made it so ironic is that. Then
I mean,
you,
I'm not gonna
and IP
lie. I did like. I mean, what did was kind of like the grace factor. There was the part where your laughter, Dr. Falk, just basically became a meme.
Like a meme, yeah.
And I'll
But
be
then
honest,
still a meme.
and I'll be honest, I've watched that for more than 10 times.
And then I got into trouble, by the way, when I took the patterns of evidence video of the 10 Commandments magically appearing on that rock face.
Mm-hmm.
And then I used David's laugh as reacting to that. And I sent it to David, and David was like, this is like, required watching. So, but yeah, you and IP.
I mean that whole IP video when I critiqued Exodus Rediscovered for the first time. I had been out in downtown Vancouver, pounding the streets, doing work. I was tired. I came home. It's like, oh crap! I have to do this video because I was being pestered. My subscribers had said, "Hey, IP's done this video. You got to respond to it." Do I have to really? Oh, okay. So I was tired. I made myself some popcorn because I didn't have time to make myself anything like dinner.
This is what made it epic, though, because it's like there's an innocence in that, and there's like a impromptu in the moment, like I've got my popcorn. It's like, yeah.
And basically, I was hungry. I was tired. I was at work. I mean, it was just like, oh my gosh, I don't want to do this. And here I am being pestered by my subscribers going, you got to respond to Michael Jones' video. Do I really? Do I have to? Must I? Really? Okay. So I got home on a Friday. Had no rest. I just popped myself a bowl of popcorn. And I did the video. Just straight out did my video. And that laugh, that infamous laugh, I was not. That was the first time I've seen the video. I was not prepared for that. I was not prepared to hear that they were afraid in the middle, not 18th dynasty. They were afraid of the Hyksos. It's just like, what? Huh? Who? Huh? And that's when the infamous laugh happened. As a scholar, you're trained to believe certain things. that are absolutely true. And you don't question them because you know they're true. And then somebody says something that, oh, the Earth's flat. I go, what? Huh? And then you just laugh hysterically because you know intuitively it's not true. That was sort of my thinking when the infamous laugh occurred.
Because don't forget, you're coming from a long day, you're tired, and then
yeah,
that's just a release. Like, yeah.
Well, gotta go, guys. I got lunch. Thanks for having me here, guys.
Oh, my pleasure. Recreation asks, Dr. Falk, can I use the meme for my YouTube video? Sure, why not? I don't know what you're going to use, but hey, go for it.
You know what?
I may regret that in the long run.
You know the Emperor fight with Yoda where he's always laughing? We should just redub it with David's laugh every time he's laughing. As he's zapping Yoda, have David's laugh to kick over.
Oh, I'm surprised I didn't laugh during that debate, honestly. And that surprised me.
Like I said, you were cool and
There was I'll be honest, David, when I saw the the debate, there is a certain how do you say this? Like Titus presents himself as sort of calm. You know, he's sort of reserved.
Mm-hmm.
But then that's what makes it so disingenuous, is that you can tell, like you're like kind of like what I told you. You know, it's like a professor teaching a student. That's literally how it looked.
Yeah.
And I feel sorry for him, but for too long, a lot of these, you know, I have a lot of contentious reactions against, say, young Earth creationists and those who, you know, they make all these just absolutely ridiculous arguments, and and the reason why it's contentious is that I'm frustrated at then, like, when I then see YouTube videos of, so for example, that Holy Kool-Aid, he is from a young Earth creationist / Jehovah's Witness background. Oz,
is he Jehovah?
apparently. Yeah, apparently he came from like a Jehovah's Witness background. I could be wrong.
Really?
As far as I remember, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And like Oz, again, young Earth creationism. Josh Bowen, young Earth creationism. Kip Davis, young Earth creationism. Like all of these people, they then when I see their reactionary responses to the Christian faith, it's unfounded because they're reacting to the fundamentalist upbringing that they had, which has in itself no foundation.
Yeah.
And people like Titus are not helping the situation by, like, this is a hill to die on sort of thing, and not not just allowing evidence to lead them to a perspective that is in keeping with mainstream Egyptology and, you know, authenticating the biblical narrative, which is ultimately Hofmeier's model.
Yes.
So, like, that's what's flowing in my mind as far as this contention I have with people like when I saw the way Titus was in that debate. So he sits back, he's calm and collected, he's listening very carefully. You're going for the jugular. You're just straight up saying, look, these are the issues, these are the wrong interpretations. And then he goes, okay,
what choice do I have other than to go for the jugular?
No, but that's my point. And then what's frustrating is he doesn't respond back. He's just like, all right, let's go to another issue. So in other words,
was weird.
You're debunking. Weird. Yeah, it's like okay, put a tick to that now, like that's solved, so to speak. Now let's go to the next one. And so anyway,
And that was one of the things that I found was really, really weird about this whole debate. Was every time I brought up something, it was like, oh, some people believe him, some people believe me. Let's move on. That's not an argument. That was really strange. Really, really strange. It was really strange. I wouldn't debate that way.
Can I mention that I saw some of the? Is it possible or no?
Yes.
Okay, so I saw the raw version, and what again was very uncomfortable just before you got into the debate. And this is this is just on me. This is me saying this. When Sean mentioned, "Oh, this is like the first time I'm meeting you or meeting, Titus or something," and he then used an example where he's like, it's like just the other day when I met Dale Allison for the first time, but it just gave off that vibe or that impression that, okay, you're all Christian brothers in this, but I have to wonder, there are atheist channels that go out of the way in their frustration to critique Christian YouTube apologists and channels where it just becomes a numbers game.
Mm-hmm.
Their intent is that it's a numbers game or like some sort of financial gain, or like it's like a business model. Like Christianity becomes a business. And I don't know, I just got this underlying like I like Sean, but oh my gosh, the way he spoke about, say, Dale, and not that he's hating on Dale or throwing him under the bus or whatever, or critiquing it. It's just that, oh, I've only just met you, and it's like I'll use you for this moment, and then so it becomes like this business model. And yes, all of you prayed, but was there genuine brotherhood in that? Between the three of you? I can't see that to be the case. Again, this is on me. This is not the views of David here or anyone else. This is just my subjective sort of reaction to what I'm seeing there. Because then when you both, and then when the stream ended, it's like all three of you just quickly exited the room.
Some of this was the structure of the debate. Let's be really blunt about this.
My point is, you're all Christian brothers in this. You're meant to be, get to know each other, properly, and then maybe even at the end, sort of have a laugh, pray again or something. Not just, okay, we're coming in here, quick, a 2-minute introduction. Then Sean speaking about Dale Allison in like an off-the-cuff sort of way, and then bang, straight into the debate. And then once the debate ends, it's like not even a minute, and then you're all...
I would like for what you say to be true.
It became so artificial, is what I'm saying. Like,
I would like for what you say to be true. I think what you're espousing here is the ideal. I wish that could have been the case. We have to understand what the other side is thinking in this, though. And that's the problem. The other side is thinking in this that if they do not accept 1 Kings 6:1 as a literal number, they're compromisers. They're not taking scripture literally. They're interpreting everything as metaphor and allegory, and they're leading people astray to the devil. if you cannot empathize with the other side, you cannot understand what they're thinking.
So they're front loaded with with a sort of like a judgmental attitude on you off the cuff, right off the cuff. That like how young Earth creationists label me a sinner who because I hold to evolution.
Yeah,
like
I
I'm
think it's
living in
more
sin.
so. I mean, you think you have problems as a theistic evolutionist. Boy, become a late date Exodus person. You want to see vitriol? Oh boy. I mean, I've been called worse than an atheist. Son of the devil.
Yikes! I'm sorry, Dr. Falk.
But Sean,
I mean, it's really hard. It's really hard to get a position at a seminary when people think you're the son of the devil. I'm just saying. But that's where we are here with this. That's where we are with this.
But you see, but then again, I mean, maybe it's my flesh speaking, but I then get irate. I don't show it, but internally I'm frustrated. That then they're just a powerhouse or a wheel that just will keep churning out new atheists all the time. And then when I see YouTube comments,
yes,
like for example, when recent people like
doesn't matter to them.
A friend of mine who, he's deconverted, but I'm still in correspondence with him, in private, and he's doing all right. But then I see all these YouTube comments. So like Cameron turning to Catholicism because he finds the experience that much more spiritually fulfilling, where he even admits that his spiritual life was dead because he didn't read the Bible, he didn't do any of the proper study of it.
Mm-hmm.
And then Tyler deconverting. And then I read all these comments where everyone's going, "Oh, and it's so sad that this is happening." And just the other day, a friend of mine also deconverted or changed to something else. But then the antidote to that is it just comes back to remember back when we were dealing with Petro, and he gave that remark saying that the church is this. I mean, compared to like the church fathers and how they would interact with scripture and know multiple languages and the educational status, and it just comes down to my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Like,
yes,
exactly.
But then you see it's that blended with sort of like a business model agenda, like that undergirds the whole process, that it's not a genuine. It just comes across as artificial. Like, is Sean I saw Sean approaching your arguments with, like, you could see it on his face. He's genuinely going, wow, okay. Like, you can see it on his face. He's taking into consideration what you're saying. But then will he meditate on that in the long run?
I doubt it.
I doubt it. Like, it's just one of those. Okay, it's just one of those things in the Bible that he'll consider as maybe interesting reading, or so, I suppose. But will he?
I mean, look, Sean's facing pressure on all sides. Sean is facing pressure from the octogenarians. I know he has already experienced that pressure. He's dropped subtle hints to that.
Like how so?
Basically, he has hinted that that this debate was going to end up in a certain way when it didn't. Now,
what do you mean?
I get it. There was a subtle bias in the debate. For example, Sean threw Titus lifelines along the way. Okay, that's clearly evident. All you have to do is look through the video, and you can see Sean tried to help, tries to not go deeper into error. Of course, Titus didn't take those lifelines, but he did extend those lifelines. It does betray a certain bias here. He also was complicit in Titus's insistence upon his particular agenda. We have to understand that this whole debate was structured around what Titus wanted, Titus's own agenda. Now, I tried to push back against Titus's agenda, and I couldn't make any headway there. Titus's agenda, basically, every time I said, hey, I don't agree with this, I don't agree with that, Titus would put up a fit, and we'd go right back to Titus's agenda. And Rob can back me up on this, that even Sean said that this is Titus's agenda. He's seen the raw footage.
Hmm.
It was a really one-sided debate in the sense that Titus got to call all the shots on this.
Oh, yeah, there we go. That I'm glad you brought that up, because again, this is it actually happened. We're not making a conspiracy or we're throwing anyone on the bus. This actually did happen, but at the same time, I don't want to because it was a private thing before it went live, but that also made me go, huh? That Sean kept apologizing to David. I'm sorry that it's only now happening, because again, there's always this pushback, maybe some excuse along the way, like, okay, let's change it here, let's do this, let's do that. And but again, okay, let's just be charitable and let's just let Titus, that was his plan, and in other words, he couldn't do it in those other times, and then when the debate actually happened, he's raising all these points. David was quick to, because I could see David's frustration. It's kind of like how a young Christians will argue certain points, and it's like, bang, you just need to shut them down on those those points. So David was quick to go, but what about this and what about that? And then Titus's response to that is, let's change the topic. Let's go to another, argumentation. And then if you have Biola, of all places, who have good scholars in Biola, like William Lane Craig, for example. I'm pretty sure he's in the philosophical department of Biola. Advocating for a early date exodus like this, I suppose, maybe. And then there's a general, a young earth sort of vibe floating around. I can't help but just, I don't know whether I should just throw my hands up and just accept it for what it is, that the day will come where statistically there are going to be people in this classroom that are going to deconvert and then hate the Bible and hate God and so on, or even have trust issues with Christians because they've been misled. In other words, I care about those people that deconvert, because my conversion to Christianity, I'm really thankful. My conversion, I did not have any baggage going into it. Yes, I was brought up in a Christian family, but we were, especially in my upbringing, I was told to just look at everything, be free, go figure it all out yourself. Yes, there's a Christian milieu of how to approach, you go to church, or how you present yourself, and all that stuff. But I was encouraged to because I I'd ask my folks like, why are we Christian? Oh, because we believe this, and then I'd be like, do you judge me, or do you see me a different way if I don't have any need in me to believe in this? And my folks would say, no, we love you still the same. It's just that, I mean, yes, we do care that like say take a baptism, take an affirmation of faith. But at the same time, the only way we can do that fairly is that we can't force that onto you. You just have to. It has to happen, because they're speaking as Christians, right? This has to happen in God's timing and in your own discovery through that. And yeah, so I'm coming. It sounds like I'm saying that I have a more privileged position than a lot of other Christians. No, it's just that I'm just sharing my story, and that is, I didn't come from a Calvinist household or an Arminian household or a Catholic household or with these packaged models of theology that this is the only way by which you can look at the Bible and Christianity. And my journey started because of my opa's funeral, and at that funeral I'm asking the question, God, what's your relationship to this death scenario? I'm speaking as an atheist in that sense, and then that started in 2010. 2015 was when I became a Christian, and that 5-year gap was just me being blown away that I've been educated in the scientific engineering field, and I'm blown away that there's an equivalent of what the scholarship that you see in the sciences. There's that much equivalent in the humanities and in the biblical scenario. And so, yeah, those 5 years was just me, just like, whoa, just look at all this wealth of discussion and debate and scholarship. And that was my journey into Christianity. It's just that Christians, I feel very fortunate that I've been able to do it that way, but there are a lot of people who deconvert purely because they didn't. I feel they haven't had that opportunity, and so. And you see, David. This is why when you did the Exodus thing with IP's video.
Yeah.
So then when I reach out to you, and then my approach to you in our first interaction is still in that same approach that I had even back when I was an atheist. So you were a guest. I gave you a lot of respect because you're a professional in this field, and so yeah, I was willing to have my mind changed. Like, I was on the fence. I was reading scholarship, like Archer and so on, that it gave the impression like, wow, this is pretty detailed argumentation for an early date. But at the same time, I'm hesitant to just marry myself to it because, again, of my upbringing and because of my approach this whole time for the last decade. And so I needed, like, when you did something like that, I think the timing of it was such that, okay, this is like entering into a new season of, say, Exodus research and Exodus studies, where now you've come onto the scene and you're helping everyone see the like from back in the 90s, what Hofmeyr did back in the 90s. Like, look how far it's come since then, So.
Well, we've both come a long ways and sort of stalled as well. I mean, in one sense, Hofmeyr moved the piece a little further across the board. But at the same time, too, we didn't have the full public discourse we should have had. We have to recognize that Jim was and is a ivory tower academic. He engaged this topic at an academic level, but not really at the lay level. He didn't participate in debates. He didn't participate in the public sphere. He didn't take this hay from the loft to where the sheep could eat it. And I love Jim. Jim was my mentor. Jim was the guy I learned about this stuff from. I was Jim's students for many years. But he really wasn't good at bringing us down to the lay level. Now, here I am doing this at the lay level and sort of taking all the arrows that are coming from that. So, oh dear. Velikovsky. Don't even mention his name on that shadow. Oh, wow. Anyone would. Velikovsky was a crank.
Never heard of him. Who was he?
Oh, jeez. He was an idiot. A complete idiot. Not Velikovsky. Oh, dearie dear. That's about it. Guy that proposed an alternate, not just an alternate chronology, but an alternate view of the history of Earth in general. Just a cray. This is a cray point of view.
The Wells and Collision guy, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's a nutter. But he is the inspiration for David Roll, for David Downs, all these sort of really wacko theories. Velikovsky is the inspiration.
Okay.
That's what I have to deal with here. It's stuff like this.
You want to see the Wikipedia entry? This is hilarious. Whoever wrote this is it's probably, he also has it in it for him. So he says, yeah, Velikovsky's work is frequently cited as a canonical example of pseudoscience and has been used as an example of the demarcation problem. Oh, that's hilarious.
Where are you reading that from?
The intro paragraph to his biography on Wikipedia.
Okay.
So his work is frequently cited as a canonical example of pseudoscience. Like you can't, like if you want to describe pseudoscience, like
oh man. I love Jim. I love James Hoffmeyer. He's a good friend. I mean, really good friend. I mean, close friend. I mean, close as in I email him every other week. But never had to deal with his shit. And there I go, dropping another curse word. Crucify me. So what? He never had to deal with that. I have to deal with this. Just because I'm on YouTube and he's not.
Would you say Velikovsky is like, you know, what's his name? Ron Wyatt. Like Ron Wyatt would be like a spiritual successor to Velikovsky?
No. The two aren't related. Each of them are their own particular form of crazy.
Oh yeah, did you see that? I sent you that clip where he speaks about finding the blood of Jesus, and
Yeah.
there's only one Y chromosome.
I'm going to use that.
Yeah.
Just not in the way you think it. I'm going to use that.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Dr. Falk, are you? Do you know if James Hoffmeyer is going to ever make a new addition to his work on Israel and Egypt? Since I know I haven't read it, but I know it's like from late '90s. So do you know if
Yes.
he'll ever make a new edition on that?
Jim told me that he was working on a new edition of that. Now I don't know if he'll actually do it. You know, when somebody tells you that, hey, I'm working on the second edition of this, take that with a grain of salt. That means I intend to work on this, but will it happen? Don't know. But I had heard he is working on it. That's what he told me, personally.
Okay.
Now, with that said, we may, and I said may, get a updated version of Israel and Egypt. We are not going to get another version of on the reliability of the Old Testament. By Kitchen.
That's Kitchen's book, right?
Yeah, that's Kitchen book. We will not get another one of those.
No.
No.
Yeah. Shame too.
No new witty comebacks added to it. Nothing like that.
Well,
That's unfortunate.
Kitchen is no longer in the state where he can update it.
Just to clarify, the 5 Views book is probably Hoffmeyer's latest engagement defending the Exodus.
Yes.
Like that would be, if you're talking about the most updated and summarized argumentation he can provide, pooling in like decades of his work, it's in his 5 Views book, which was published like last year or something. So
anyway, I just was able to make.
I wish they hadn't used the Elder Statesman for the 5 Views book.
Sorry, what?
I wished they didn't use the Elder Statesman for the 5 Views book. Let me put it this way. There are a lot of good scholars that are younger, more in tune with the arguments, that could provide a better defense. Now, I understand some of these views could not have been done by younger men because there are no younger men. Like, for example, Rensburg's view. There's no successor to Rensburg's view.
Although I really like Gary, he's a really cool scholar in his own.
Yeah, he is really cool, but
yeah,
Rensburg is the only person who holds that view.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So there is no younger guy to take over for Rensburg. But there are younger men for, say, both Stripling's view and for Hoffmeyer's view.
What about Ronald's view? Do you think
Handel?
that's yeah.
I think in the case of Handel, he's probably the most erudite of his particular view. I don't think he could have done better with younger. I mean, who are you going to put in this place? Josh Bowen?
Yeah, I mean, for example, are you familiar with Joel Baden from Yale?
Yes.
Bowen seems to just worship the guy, like.
Oh yeah, and that's so pathetic.
Like, literally everything is go refer to Baden. And I've looked at
and it's really pathetic.
What's so special about this guy? Like
nothing except he's at Yale.
Because he because just to let everyone know, I'm working on, and it's over a 2-hour video, but I'm working on releasing my response to Baden. And yeah, I mean, I'm not a specialist, but it's like I'll admit I'm an amateur when it comes to this, but he went on this very salty Twitter rant on numbers 5 with the bitter water ritual, the Sotar ritual, and starts like bashing against the Israelite God and look at the insanity of how he could believe this stuff and blah 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 and I don't know. I've listened to what he's had to share. I've even read what he's written. Like, he holds to a very weird, modified view of the documentary hypothesis, and I just don't find the guy appealing whatsoever. I'm just like, what? Like, so in other words, coming back to the Handel thing, maybe you're right. Maybe someone like Bowen would be like a successor. So, super chat $1,000 and I'll turn on my camera.
How about
Who is this putting that on?
$1,000 to leave your camera off?
I'll take either one.
I'm gonna take him up on that offer.
Anyway,
I mean, look, Baden can't. I mean, look, Baden is good on the small picture. Baden will take particular verses and pericopes, and he'll give you a justification of why something should be interpreted one way or the other. You take Baden in the big picture, and he's lost. Totally lost. This is why Baden has never done stuff like, engaging the Exodus full on.
Excuse me.
Because he can't do it. He can't do it. He's a night.
I'm gonna get going, and nice
All right,
talking
take
to you
care.
guys.
Wait, you're gonna miss out my $1,000 super chat.
Oh my.
Well, that was something right there.
Anyway, it was great hanging out with you
There's
guys.
no refunds. There's no refunds.
Yeah, okay. Well, bye.
Take care. It was good having you here. Gospel to the Geek.
yeah.
Have you spoken yet?
Not yet.
Awesome. We hear your voice.
I was just listening. I didn't really have anything to contribute.
Dr. Falk's been really entertained with my debate on Twitter, I figure.
Cool. We want to hear your voices here.
No, this got to be $1,000 American.
1,000 rupee? 1,000 pesos?
Not 1,000 Iraqi dinar.
$6 million rupee man.
How about 20,000 Thai baht? What?
Why would you want $1 trillion when you get $1 million?
Wow. You can send up to 5,000 IDR rupee. Wait, did I say 5,000? I mean 5 million. But you only get 350 characters is the chat limit. Oh, David.
Yeah.
I debated Muslims 2-3 days ago, and I uploaded
Okay.
on the channel. And they mentioned that in Exodus 5, this is something I want you to like officially mention on there, like publicly
Sure.
debunk it.
Let's talk
In
about
Exodus. In Exodus 5, it says, verse 1. After Moses and Aaron arrived, they told Pharaoh, "This is what the Lord God of Israel says, let my people go so they may make a pilgrimage for me in the desert." And they're like, see, pilgrimage, that's the Hajj. Because what was happening was the Israelites were going to the Hajj, the Kaaba. They were doing Hajj to the Kaaba that Abraham built with Ishmael in basically where Mecca is. So apparently the Israelites, under the leadership of Moses,
just right now,
was going to the Kaaba. But here's why. Here's why. So when Paul in Galatians 4 mentions that Sinai is in Arabia, you see it's not in the Sinai Peninsula. Arabia is where the Hijaz mountain range is, and that's where Mecca is, and so that's their argumentation.
Boy, that's so messed up.
And you have this pilgrimage language in Exodus 5, and
that's a no. That's a no right out of the gate.
All right, that's all that needs to be said. No.
Well, actually, let's talk about this. Let's expand on this a little. Okay. It's not a pilgrimage, it's a feast. A feast in the wilderness. Now, we do have Egyptian texts that do talk about taking days off and going out into the wilderness to sacrifice, to feast, to do religious practices. We do find this in Egyptian texts. For example, at Deir al-Medina, the workers there are given 7 days to go out to do their sacrifices and to feast. This is not a Hajj halfway across the Sinai to Midian down to Mecca to do a feast. No, it's not that. Not even close. It's 3 days at most. 3 days to go out, 1 day to feast, 3 days to return. That's it. 3 days is the extent of what the king of Egypt would allow. Okay? The time it takes to cross Sinai is 6 days at minimum. Not maximum, but minimum. If you whip your camels, you can make it across it in 6 days. Okay? So this is not talking about a Hajj all the way across Sinai. It's not possible.
And not just that, going past the Hijaz range and then,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not possible. This is crazy. No. There is no even question about this. This is a no.
And I was also looking at another friend of yours, a scholar friend, Barry Bitzel?
Beitzel?
Beitzel. Because he just published a book.
Poor Beitzel. Oh my gosh.
No, nothing negative. What I'm saying is
no. I'm sorry. I love Beitzel. Beitzel is a friend. Beitzel is a dear friend of mine. Okay? He's also being used right now by Patterns of Evidence. Okay.
You mean the latest in production at the moment?
Yeah, the latest. I really wish he hadn't done this. Beitzel was one of my mentors. Beitzel was is a brilliant geographer. Absolutely brilliant geography. Now, he had some strange views. Fair enough. We all have some strange views from time to time. But Tim Mahoney is using him in a way that I think that is just exploitive. And it hurts me that Mahoney's doing this.
Wait, is it in the second patterns one or the one that's currently being developed?
Fourth. The one that's
currently
in
being
production,
developed.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's terrible that you're taking a guy who's been retired a long time. Barry's been retired for almost 20 years now. So to use him in that respect, I don't think is really not cool.
Oh yes, IMDb has his name connected to Patterns of Evidence, the Red Sea Miracle.
Mm-hmm.
But what? Wait.
I'm going to take this question here just for a second here.
Okay, go for it.
Brick Creation asks, was there a wood shortage in Egypt during the late day? RP mentions in the updated Exodus video. Yes, there was. We start seeing it during Dynasty 21. Now, in Dynasty 19 and 20, they're harvesting trees from the local sources that were denuded in the same ways that, say, after a forest fire, American woodsmiths, take trees from basically when a forest fire runs through a grove. Okay. Now, we do see, for example, in Dynasty 21 that people start ravaging, basically reusing coffins from previous burials. There's this recycling coffins in Dynasty 21. This indicates there was a shortage of wood in Egypt during Dynasty 21. So absolutely, this is true. There was a wood shortage in Egypt from the end of Dynasty 20 into Dynasty 21, and there's ample evidence for this. So that hopefully answers your question. Go on.
Yeah, there's a whole list of names. Man, I've been out of the loop. I didn't know there were like so many patterns of evidence documentaries that's been coming out.
Yeah, there has been.
Fan fictions.
Wow, oh my gosh, this particular review is May 11th, 2022. Not a documentary in any meaning of the word. A more fitting title for the whole series: How to Have the Gullible Convinced by the Already Convinced Gullible. It's not just
there's a
deeply
lot of patterns of evidence films.
What?
There was the first one, and then there was the Moses controversy in the second one, and then there was the the Red Sea one, which was 2 parts. Now we're in the 5th part.
You know what? I just got to see these just for the sake of just seeing what arguments they use, and Well, I'm gonna head out, guys. God bless everyone. Thanks again, David, for all the work. Blessings to you.
Okay, and I think we're
And,
probably going to close this down at this point.
Sorry for not getting that $1,000 for you.
Well, it would have been nice to have gotten $1,000, but hey,
In
that's
this
okay.
economy, I don't think so.
Okay. So I hope everyone enjoyed the debate. We spent like the last 5 hours talking about it and fielding questions for it. I want to thank everyone for joining us tonight, and we're just going to call it quits here. So I want to wish everyone good night. Thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Good night.
Gotcha.